Disclaimer: the information and education material contained herein is meant to promote the general understanding and dialogue of GAN's processing. Such information is not meant or intended to serve as a substitute for a healthcare professional's clinical training, experience, or judgment. For patients and individuals, such information is not to be a substitute for professional medical, therapeutic, or healthcare advice or counseling. For medical issues or concerns, including decisions about medications and other treatments, readers, viewers, listeners should always consult their physician or, in serious cases, seek immediate assistance from emergency personnel. Prescription information, procedures, and use of medical devices information should be undertaken only by properly trained and certified medical personnel. We specifically disclaim any warranties, express or implied, including implied warranties of merchantability or fitness for a particular purpose. Such information is provided, as is, and is believed to be accurate at the time of its publishing, but it is the viewer's job to evaluate the accuracy of any information found in this presentation. Every case presented is of their own experience, applied by themselves for themselves, and it applies to their case only. Every person experiencing health problems should seek professional medical advice and consult their course of treatment with a doctor. The processes of plasma balancing described herein are a natural process which supports the body but does not replace medical advice or therapies one is already subject to.
Introduction to the new Keshe Foundation YouTube channel in 2024. New space era and energy for peace. Energy of plasma. When man discovered atomic and nuclear science, with it came the wars and the threat of annihilation of humans. In this channel, we open new horizons and bring forth not only new theories, but new systems and technologies which have been developed and marketed in the past decade. We go into the inner sanctums of neutrons, protons, and electrons, and we find only magnetic fields, their interactions, and what is created from these interactions. We find the origin of the essence of life, that everything is created from the interaction of fields. We are redefining energy and plasma state as a magnetic field in motion, the energy of peace, becoming a gift to humanity, the source of prosperity of mankind, and independence. The use of fuel and rocket technology has become obsolete. The new age of Keshe space plasma technology uses magnetic fields of matter, not the matter itself, and cosmic rays to create motion, food, water, medicine, and more.
And welcome each and all to the Keshe American Knowledge Team for September 1st, 2024. I'm your host, Mark Anderson, along with Alex Skorick, and along with each and every one of the participants, attendees in the matter state, and those who have joined us in the energy state. We welcome you all. And again, it's been another powerful workshop has been delivered last Thursday, and as Mr. Keshe said, I can teach you as much as you can absorb. So apparently we have a flow of knowledge coming to us week by week, and it's a matter of us understanding it and understanding what Mr. Keshe is trying to transfer to all of us individually and collectively, I believe. But before we go any further and explain the workshop or different aspects of it, let's read our World Peace Treaty. And of course, this is a document that the world leaders are getting ready. Every day is one day closer to when they will be signing this. And I think they'll be signing it with a pen, not so much with the heart, although they can confirm it with the heart as well. A document you can find on the Keshe Foundation website. You can print it out, you can share it with others, and let them know it's your wish to see peace. And this is what Mr. Keshe has emphasized. We're doing the same work as we're doing, as the Universal Council is doing, using the emotion and the wish. And I thought it was very interesting what he brought up about the, maybe I'll just go to it here for 1 second. Oh, I think it's on another page. Let's just see here. Very interesting. In the 552nd Knowledge Seekers Workshop, he talks about the diseases and this and that. But the thing is, because we use the fields, there is no technology for the fields. We don't use material. We create the fields, and that fields brings the condition of the emotion, what the body wants. And now, even doctors who work with us gradually start understanding it's the wish not to have pain creates a condition to create materials which creates that wish. So in a way, it's a self-fulfilling prophecy. I don't know if we should call it a prophecy, but it's a self-fulfilling. By making that wish and believing it's correct or knowing it's correct, the wish actually creates materials to make that happen. Apparently, the plasma has to listen to the wish when it's correct. It doesn't always mean it'll happen in 1 second. But very interesting. I always thought wishes were for children, but they're one of the most powerful energies, I think, in the universe. And this is one of the reasons we don't see any war or fighting in closed space or in deep space, because Mr. Keshe has told us that they create everything out of their wishes. So there's no need to fight. I just thought we'd go over that for 1 second. But that was in the 552. So this is our World Peace Treaty. And this is what everyone's encouraged to sign, or again, sign it with the pen of your soul. Would anybody like to read the World Peace Treaty? We're just reaffirming our commitment to the ethos that we all understand that we're here to serve and not to be served. If not, I'll read it. We, as citizens of the earth from this moment on, except to lay down all tools of aggression and war. We shall never think about getting involved or incite war or develop or use any tools of war on this planet or in space. And to this we all agree and swear with our, and you can delete as appropriate if this is the first time you're seeing this World Peace Treaty, whether it's for your nation, your territory, your council, your religion, a city, a town, a body, or souls. Simply put your name and signature, date. It's pretty straightforward here. Again, on behalf of your nation, you're standing in the balance, as they say, until the others come along, for your nation, your territory, your council, your religion, your city, your town, or as an individual. Have it witnessed. I think this will make a huge impact on the witness. After signing this treaty, be proud to display this certificate wherever you consider being important to you, that everyone can see and know your ethos to fellow men and the mankind and other created beauties of the Creator. And they're all beauties, apparently. Everything that's manifested in the matter state or not in the matter state is still beautiful. As we understand, the Creator shows himself across the universe in trillions of different faces, but it's all from the same source. Anyone want to make any comments about this? But this is, I asked Mr. Keshe, he said this is the exact document that the world leaders, world religious leaders will sign. Very powerful. We never thought we could wish for peace, even though many of us have wished for peace and peaceful conditions. We didn't realize how powerful this wish is, especially when it reaches the collective awareness of each and every one of us. Then we will see the change, and the change will manifest in the matter state just through the energies that have come together, created the plasmas, and then the wish will be, as we just read, the wish creates the material for that wish to be satisfied. And again, it's not a day job, but sometimes it could be, where things change pretty rapidly. And that's what they said they saw in the last session, the Saturday session of the transmutation preparation series, or transmutation series, where there was some changes in the physicality. I don't think anyone really elaborated on that. Maybe the person wasn't there, but we've heard other changes in the physicality of finger straightening and so on. But anyway, in this workshop number 553, which we're going to try to cover the whole teaching today, he's talking again about making this direct connection to the soul of the creator from your soul, which of course your soul sits on top of and above the soul of the creator. So everything is built on the soul of the creator. And then again, more of these twinity material systems. I know he called them GANs, but in another location he said it's not GANs, even though it looks like the GANs. And the two new products that were introduced this week were the detachment and the stamina material. And we've already seen the menopause and the flagpole material, I think the week before. And before that, the week before was the menstrual cycle material, heat and eye GAN. So all of these are what he's calling a social psychosomatic engineering material, in a way where you can use these in the replication unit or other ways and see the changes brought in. Detachment, he's talking about addictions. It could be cocaine, it could be alcohol, weed, gambling, sex, but also detachment from the emotions we've created in our internal structure that causes us to do repetitive behaviors that we may not be aware of. Again, I don't fully understand it. I haven't tried them. I think they're in the process of being made. We can go to the store, but that was one of the things. And then we had some very good news. The Ayatollah in Iran has apparently embraced Mr. Keshe's communications and gone along with his understanding of not sacrificing the nation for one man, but to move in the direction of peace. And this is what it sounds like. So this is very good for the conference that's coming up in November. I'm sure Mr. Keshe wouldn't bring anyone into any sort of war zone or anything like that, but it appears that things are starting to settle down and negotiations will continue at the Vienna talks. Apparently that's been going on for a number of years, and the Brazilian team and others who have made those wishes for the 5+1 and the International Atomic Energy Agency to reach a conclusion on these talks have brought people back to the table. So we thank everyone that was involved. We'll cover a little bit more of that later. And of course, we're going to continue to create the Peace Dome later on in the program until we reach that permanent peaceful condition on this planet. But I think it starts with us as individuals. And this is where all the peace starts, within ourselves and then with our direct environment and then across the planet and further leading to across the universe. So we have a lot of understanding to try and achieve and a lot of practice that we need to do, I think, to achieve some of these things. And but it's getting closer every day, every week. And as he said, what they're going to bring into the transmutation sessions is something that's going to be forced for you to feel the pleasure and also perhaps the pain. I'm not exactly sure what he totally meant by that, but we're going to cover this. And just to let you know, this is our Keshe Foundation store, and where you can see a variety of products. Some are out of stock, some are in stock. There are new products here, what we were just talking about. But just to familiarize you with the Keshe Foundation store. Then, of course, we have the new website. This is where I played this introductory video to the new Keshe YouTube channel. And Rick has mentioned that they'll be uploading some testimonials into this channel very shortly. I think from the testimonial meeting group that meets on the second Monday of every month. So testimonials will be added. And if we look here, we have a few playlists here and also the videos. This is the home screen. Oops, let me stop this. We just played that. So again, this is the new teaching channel for knowledge seekers and for scientists and anyone else who wants to start to learn about plasma, Keshe plasma technology. And many times it's referred to, I think, as Mr. Keshe said, as quantum. technology or quantum science, but he said this was just a way to show that they were different in a way, or not giving any credit to the Keshe Foundation. But as Mr. Keshe said, we're not the only ones to have access to certain knowledges, and we're open to all knowledges. So I think we'll use this channel to, in a way, enlighten scientists that they can move forward on the technology. But this is, again, a work in progress. Also, again, our Keshe Foundation store. And we also have the YouTube channel. I don't see, let's see, is it here? No, it's not, but let's just go to it for a moment. And this is our older YouTube channel, which contains many, many videos from One Planet, One Nation, One Race, from different language communities, from the reactor group. So you can get stuck in this ring for millions of years, probably just learning. Hopefully you won't take that long to learn the knowledge. Even from Gukoyu, some of the public teachings are in there. And you can have a lot of fun and a lot of understanding this new science, this new ethos, and this new language that the Keshe Foundation is introducing to humanity, as has been done with other planets in this universe, for millions of years. And now this planet is up. You can see the nanomaterials, there's different languages, so you can have a lot of fun. Again, it's not something you're probably going to have a full understanding of in 20 minutes or watching one video. Even in the last video, as Alex just reminded us, or was it, no, I think it was Ed in a previous meeting, about listening to these teachings many times in a row. Because the more you add to your knowledge, the more the teachings in a way come alive. More of them seem to be, you can connect with it and understand the way you understand it for yourself, not so much for anyone else. So we have a huge obligation to investigate and understand this knowledge for ourselves. And then once we reach a certain point, well, Mr. Keshe said, just share what you understand about the technology. Nobody is wrong and nobody is 100% right. So this is the new channel, but let's go back to the store. I mean, this is the existing channel. Again, we have the new channel for pure teaching channel. And then we have the Keshe Foundation store and a number of other websites like Spaceship Institute. Keshe.Foundation is another homepage you can go to. And of course, all the papers and books and the rest of the material that you'll find scattered around. But the store, or the new teaching channel, is what's going to break the lack of understanding, I guess we could put it that way, of the current scientific community to break through. And we'll see more and more of this. I'd like to start again with this Iranian conference that's coming up here in the store. And of course, this is something that's going to take place in November, as I understand it. They're still waiting for confirmation of everything, but this is what's purported to take place between the 16th of November and the 20th. There'll be two conferences here. The cost is 7,500 euros plus value added tax, I believe. Maybe not in this case. There'll be a coordination. Again, departure is from Vienna to Isfahan. You'll have to get yourself to Vienna and meet up as a group, and they're either going to charter a private plane or take an existing airline into the conference. And you'll have it's a 2-week endeavor, I think, and you'll have time for sightseeing and visiting some of the historical places and what we know as Persia and Persepolis and perhaps other things. I know we saw some pictures of some coffee shops there, and apparently there are not a lot of coffee shops in Iran, but there's probably more tea shops. But again, they are available, and I think it'll be a beautiful experience for everyone who attends. And as I said, the communication from the Ayatollah, or what Mr. Keshe has been in contact with, and asking not to sacrifice 2,000 years of building a nation just to retaliate for one or a few people's loss, which is, of course, tragic to any family or to anyone who's lost a life so rapidly or in a short period of time. But rather than sacrificing the whole nation to move in the direction of peace and negotiations, and apparently this is the positive response, maybe we can go to part of the workshop and hear that. I think Mr. Keshe announced this after the break, and let's just see if we can go to, I think it's about 53, but I'm not sure. Let's just bring it up on our transcript. And what he said about the, okay, that's the 552. Now we're going to 553, which was last Thursday's communication from Mr. Keshe. And as he said, maybe plus or minus 1,000 teachings before he stops, but we'll have to see. So there's probably a good 400 plus more teachings that will be coming forward over the next number 5 or 10 years as we prepare humanity to go through, and they'll be going through this process of change all along, but this will lead to a completion in a way, or finishing this step to go to the next step. But we do need a permanent peaceful condition on this planet for us to move into the next step. So we're sort of calling it a transition period now. And as we know, almost every world leader, or I would say every world leader, is familiar with Mr. Keshe, is familiar with the technology, as he's been working with governments for many, many years. The leading scientists don't understand it, but again, as he said, he doesn't have time to teach them. But this new teaching channel on YouTube will help facilitate that whole process. But let's hear what he said about the, okay, we need to go to 50, I think, on our video. So let's start here. This is just after the break in the last workshop, where he relates what has actually happened in the communication to the leader of Iran, or one of the spiritual leader, I guess you would call it. They sort of have a two-track with a political leader and a spiritual leader, as I understand it. This is the second half. Let's see.
Okay, back again at the 553rd Knowledge Seekers Workshop here on Thursday, August 29th. And because it's the second half, we generally have the questions from Mr. Keshe, but also it's an opportunity for Mr. Keshe to relay any new news to us, and otherwise topics that he would like to discuss before the questions. So, Mr. Keshe, what do you have in your pocket today to bring up?
In the magic box.
Yes.
There is not much, as many of you know. Wisdom and what we call understanding that has brought us what I call the peace of mind. And as many of you know, past 2 weeks, we have transferred our emotional soul. The way the Universal Council works, we work in the same way to achieve a stepping stone towards another bit to bring peace to corner of this planet. And we had the pleasure of our request to be heard by the Khamenei of Iraq in our request directly to his position to withdraw from war and expanding the war, and use the tool of advanced technology in exchange for talks and peace. And we had the pleasure to receive that message yesterday. As many of you know, Iran has stepped away from war and instructed the Iranian nuclear negotiators to go back in and find a way with America that through it we find a way peace in the Middle East. Without America, there is no solution. And I'd like to thank those who conveyed and those who worked in the background through whatever to bring the truth, the horrendous position that Iran got itself into by what I call temperamental hot-headedness for a few seconds when somebody got killed or whatever. And as I said to our people and those who work in the background with us yesterday and today, we have achieved the first steps of goal of peace. As this time we'll negotiate with the Americans on a part of Iran nuclear weapon technology and space technology. And we're sure a solution can be found. And bringing man close to the nuclear war threats of the war of nuclear has moved back. Huge steps. And this time we'll for sure reach the conclusion and beginning of a start of the world of peace through religions. And the next step for man to be ready to become a passenger of the universe. You got to understand, everything is connected. And as I said, strongly literally cleared it in one of the teachings 2-3 weeks ago, that will move, and with us moving, technology will move. And the wisdom was sitting within Iran, and we managed to change direction by the wish and the wisdom. And this is how you as individuals have to understand. Your wish is your command. As long as your command, your wish, which is the energy, brings benefit to the others, brings elevation of the soul of the others to bring peace.
So again, here, emphasizing how powerful this wish is. And again, I never saw it that way. I thought wishing, well, maybe it's hit or miss. You wish for something and you get it. That was just a coincidence. You don't get it. This is just the way things worked out. But this wish, these energies in motion, again, is a very powerful source. And he's saying, even though the Universal Council doesn't fully understand it, it's through the wish that they're establishing peace on this planet. We're not making phone calls. We're not writing letters. We're not protesting. We're just using the energies within the soul, within our structure, within the energies within our system to elevate others to move into a different position. Again, there's no matter state reactors, anything like that. We're using just fields. And as Mr. Keshe said, the one thing on this planet that is not stolen is what you give from yourself, what you're generating out and giving these fields. Everything else you get in the matter state or whatever is actually, I mean, you could say it's stolen, but it's not yours. It's come from somewhere else, even though you didn't directly steal the milk from the cow. The farmer has and has put it in the shop. So everything except the energies you send out from yourself is stolen in a way. And as he said, the 2 commandments, thou shalt not kill and thou shalt not steal. And this is why we're learning to transmute the energies for zero-time communication, for feeding ourselves, for wellness, and for travel. And we have the capability to do this. Let's just finish this up a bit.
And that's all you needed to be done. And I hope, as knowledge seekers, you will understand this, and especially for Universal Council, to be able to understand the power of what we call a wish of the man in every level. And I hope we move to the next stage, that we back off from fighting and we start exchanging technologies and understanding. In a ways, thanks to many souls and the wisdom which was put forward. And now we see the heavy-headedness of the religions, and those who fight for religions have a step back, one step. Next.
Okay, so they've obviously used their beliefs and intentions and emotions to create this path or to open this path up. And this is beautiful that the religions are taking this up, because as we know, and we hear in the Universal Council video, that it's the religious leaders who give the pretext to the world leaders to start wars. So hopefully we're moving away from the hard-headedness and the fighting and so on, because if the religious leaders back away, then the world leaders have no pretext to go to war. So this is a beautiful path that they're taking. So again, back to the Keshe Foundation store, we're talking about this flight conference, which is available. I think, again, there'll be 2 sessions, one for knowledge seekers and also one for other perhaps important officials from around the world to see advanced technology from the Keshe Foundation and also from the Iranian government. I think the United States is very well aware, as they probably listen to most words Mr. Keshe says. We know Musk does, and other ones in Japan and other places do listen, even former President Obama. So they know that Iran is flying advanced craft across this country every week or whenever they feel like it, but our radar systems cannot detect them. I'm sure they've picked up anomalies and other things, but this is probably part of the reason that the negotiations are happening, is that they want the Iranians to share some of this advanced technology, but just one caveat for those who want to weaponize it: this technology is a peaceful technology. And of course, if you try to weaponize it in so many ways, in a way, it comes back to shoot yourself in the foot in so many ways. I think the return to sender policy and other ones that Mr. Keshe has elaborated on are built into this technology. So this is beautiful to see the nation not willing to sacrifice just over the hard-headedness or the revenge aspect and moving forward in this. And of course, I think many nations know that Iran does possess some of this advanced technology for defensive purposes and for peaceful purposes. As Mr. Keshe said, I don't know why they're negotiating in the nuclear, because Iran has moved past nuclear, even though, as he also indicated, they do have some nuclear weapons, as many other countries unacknowledged do as well. So that was the covering a bit on the flight conference. So this should go ahead as scheduled, unless something unforeseen happens, but it looks very positive. The negotiations are opening up in Vienna again, and we want to thank the Brazil team, especially for leading this over the number of years that they've been doing it, meeting on a daily basis. And as I understand, they haven't missed one day in taking the 30 minutes and moments of silence to elevate the Atomic Energy Agency, all those negotiating for peace in Vienna, and now it's been announced that they're back at the table. So this is a very, very positive development, I think, for all of us, as we see how close we've been coming to something being triggered there. Okay, so that's our next conference coming up. The one after that will be in Washington, D.C., as I understand it. So if you aren't able to attend this flight conference, you can also you can plan to attend the Washington, D.C. And of course, Mr. Keshe said he's going to bring a briefcase, open it up. You'll see a UFO manifest before your eyes without doors. People that attend are going to have to transmute in, and I'm sure they'll be practicing to do that. And this is very similar to what he'd introduced years and years ago about this Oasis system, where it has the ability to provide water for you, for feeding, for wellness, for travel, and for shelter, as I understand it. But we'll have to see. But this is, again, another amazing demonstration of the technologies. And that's what these conferences are about. They're teaching the governments more and more. I don't know if he's curtailed any of the Iranians' knowledge, but it's quite deep. As he said, even in the nano coating or nano materials, Iran is about 50 years ahead, as I recall, of the rest of the planet. And I think they're willing to share, and this is what Mr. Keshe's wish has been, that the technology comes out of Iran, it's shared there with the other nations, that nobody has a leg up on anyone else, that we all become equal, we all become this one planet, one nation, one race for world peace. So that's the next conference coming up. If we go back here, and this is just something that comes up, you don't need to hit cancel on the store. There's some little glitch there. Now, if we go to the transmutation tests, I think, or perhaps maybe we should take a look at these new materials. I think that's where we're going to go next, and we're going to continue. This is the knee GANs. They're calling these GANs, but as he said, these are different. It looks like a GANs, but it's a different material, but he's just keeping it. Of course, this is some of the other ones. And this one was the detachment, again, from addictions or emotions that you may be experiencing. And then this is the other one. And many of these, we have to be taught, but many of these, like this, the two new ones were detachment and the stamina GANs. And they can be used in combination even with some of the other products that were offered in this, what he's calling a Twinity series. And there'll be more to come in this realm, but these are very powerful. I'm not exactly sure how you use them, but it is applying waters to yourself, that these containers are either, I know he talked about the replication unit as well, but they need to be placed in a certain position and in the correct order. So I'm not sure all about that, but these products are available for that. But let's go to back to our workshop again with these new materials that have been created by within the Keshe Foundation. And again, we've been taught or been shown a little bit about the GANs materials and how to make a zinc oxide or a CO2 GANs or a CH3 GANs, but these products I don't think will be told how to actually produce them. This is some sort of proprietary knowledge, I believe, at this point in time within the Keshe Foundation. Maybe companies will be authorized or licensed to produce them, but I'm not sure. I know Mr. Keshe says until the souls are elevated, they wanted to keep the technology, or actually how to produce this technology, very close within the Keshe Foundation, because this is part of the problem. As he said, even if we give you the full boat of advanced technology, if the soul is not elevated, if the soul of humanity is not elevated within one generation or 2 generations, you'll be right back to killing and eating each other. So this is where the elevation of the soul comes in, and all the products you'll find in the store, each and every one of them, from the least expensive within the butterfly, which he says is priceless, to these new line of Twinity GANs, they're all created to bring an elevation to the soul of the man or to the soul of the plant, or however you use them. But this is all about elevating the souls. And this is part of the secret, that what we do, we don't actually take away from souls. We elevate souls to bring the change. And the punishment and all the rest, which I think sometimes is justified, but then I think, no, this is not in accordance with in a way, the rules of the universe, that we don't punish or kill or suicide anybody for their wrongdoings. We actually elevate them. that they become part of the whole structure now. And they'll be an important aspect if they decide to go that way. So let's see if we can play a little bit of this new material that he describes at about 56 minutes of this workshop.
Step is to bring technologies that forces nations to accept new technologies to create new life that we move forward. On the other hand, as you know, we have been launching a series of new gases, new materials for you to test, to change directions in social structure, as we explained about the in-depth in situation of last week with the two products launched. Keshe Foundation this week has launched a further two material. I don't know if they have reached the website of the Keshe Foundation to be promoted. But this is again is another structure in bringing social with what we call emotional and physical together.
Okay, as he said, we worked with plants and created genetically modified crops and so on and so forth. I don't think they've been fully tested or what their ramifications are. I know they do produce more in there. But he said these materials, this social psychosomatic material is actually going to, in a way, engineer mankind in a way. We did it with the plants. Why can't we do it with man? So this is part of this process, if you can sort of understand that.
Social psychosomatic materials, which affects the society, affects the people we are around. We have launched a new material, what we call Trinity detachment, which means what you're attached to do on a regular basis as part of being like addicted to a certain pattern of life. This could be anything. And this change of addictions, the change of conditions, brings a change to the society because it will change the people around us, it changes the position around us. And in a way, brings a condition to the end to the repetition.
So I think that means the emotions are going to get satisfied. Whatever emotion is causing people to do certain things repetitively, that emotion, and it seems not to matter which emotion it was, they'll be satisfied, or you'll reach a point of completeness where that emotion is not bothering you anymore or interfering with you. And apparently it's going to change people around you as well.
This is in a way in conjunction with the other two which we launched last week and the one we've done before that, used in combination with each other in a structural way, will bring many changes.
Okay, so the three first ones, which was the cycle GANs, the heat GANs, and the eye material, can be used in conjunction with the pause and the flagpole, as well as the detachment and the stamina material. And there's going to be more added, but I'm sure we're going to have to be instructed actually how to apply, in what order, and so on and so forth. There's more to understand, but the materials are going through. You can order them now. They're available at the store. And again, it's probably going to be a 6-month period of testing, as he said when they announced the pause and the other one, that he said after 6 months we would stop. So most likely they're going to stop. They're getting feedback from it. And this is going to be incorporated into a remote system where now that they've had the results, they're testing, others are testing as well. People will be able to, maybe for a heroin addiction or a cocaine or other addictions, gambling, weed, whatever it is, they'll be able to just put the headphones on and to be able to get that emotion satisfied, that they can now walk away from it. He said it's quite easy to walk away from many of these things, that even if they've been ingrained for a long time.
Both in the psychological, in the emotional, in the physical, and in the society. When you are, let's say, addicted to cocaine or heroin, you affect the life of other people, your children, your sibling, your society. So an addiction has an effect on all of it. It's another, as we explain, how the menopause has come down and changes the whole pattern of a family and the society. These are the same thing. How can we detach from them? How can we stop the repetition? How can we?
And of course, feel free to just open your mic and come in. Just ask me to stop it. But many of the addiction centers and all that, the recidivism is quite high. Maybe they have an effect for a few weeks or a month or two, but then as people in prison many times end up back in the same condition that they were in. So this is the beauty of this whole thing. This is going to be more or less a permanent ending of these sort of addictions, as I understand it, because the emotion gets satisfied by the fields of it. In a way, that's what he was saying about people who wear a lot of silver jewelry. If you make a GANs of the silver and you apply it on the body, something along that line, I'd have to go back and hear clearly. They won't even have a need. They won't even want to wear the silver jewelry because somehow that emotion has been satisfied. I know this sounds far-fetched in a way, but again, this is the new understanding of the fields and the energies of the plasma technology and what can be done. And he's just basically cracking the door open here. There's so much more to that we can enjoy as a family, as humanity, but we need, this is the offer on the table, advanced space technology in exchange for you world leaders pledging your nation to peace.
We become detached from repetition that brings a dimension to the work of the soul of them, and how it will change the next step. The reason for this is when we go to space, there are viruses which behave worse than the addiction. Could be anything.
So you can see what's being prepared here. He said the viruses in space are worse than addiction. These energy packs, again, as Alex has told us, and there are no bacteria in space, but there are, as Mr. Keshe has told us, many energy packages. We call them viruses here, but I think the universal community addresses them as some sort of energy packs. And this is how we understood it through the COVID and the rest of this, that we're not actually killing the COVID, but we're draining the energy. So when you go in space, and apparently there's nothing that can touch the soul, but he did say at one point that there are energies within space that can even cause the demise of the soul if you're not careful. So you're going to pick up probably some of these things and then have to, again, I don't know if that would be a vertical unit or another system, or perhaps going with the headphones. And again, when he's talking about going into space, does that mean even in the dimension of energy, you could pick these up? I would think so. It's not only your physical travel on a UFO into space that would cause these things, but it does seem that they're prevalent and they have found ways to attach, and it's worse than an addiction. So if you've ever had any addictions to chocolate or other things, you can, in a way, get an idea of what people will be facing as they travel. It's just not a carefree universe in so many ways. The energy packs are there, and you either have to weaken them if you pick one up or avoid them. And again, this may be easier said than done.
It's for the man to find out how to handle, how to get detached from this. We have seen one of these, what I call attachment structures, very much like Corona. These new materials is for you to learn to teach and then to move on. Use in combination with the other twin sets. This is not anymore one thing. You will understand in coming weeks, we have created a combination of what we call twin GAN sets, which when put together collectively at the end of the time, when we complete with it, and it's put in a way very much like the field creation systems which we sell in Keshe Foundation and put in order, the inner function will bring peace, will bring change to every man who understands how to use them. In a way, when you use them in the field replication units of the Keshe Foundation, understanding the work of the Trinity sets, placing them in the right order, it brings you that position which bring the change, bring totality change in the whole structure of the soul, the physicality, and soul of physicality of the man. First one was reproduction.
So it does look like a total change. It brings a totality change in the whole structure of the soul, the physicality, and the soul of physicality of the man. So this is a complete process, but he says you have to learn how to use them in right order, how to place them, and the rest. But they're can all be used in combination with one another. So if we have 6 or 8 products, I don't know how many combinations can be made, but it does sound like there's a lot of combinations, maybe to address different specific conditions. You can change or swap one in and out and get the results or the balance that you're looking for, or the satisfaction of the emotion that's in a way not being satisfied, causing this repetitive behavior.
The cycle pain. Next one was the pause pain. This week is detachment. Would this detachment brings man the freedom? Or would this detachment brings man to understand what it needs to be detached from? Every addiction is a repetition of confirmation of attachment. And once you bring the soul in this dimension and direction, then you need to understand how this needs strength, change of the strength. This is why in the teaching of today, I explain what happened to the earth when it was directly connected to the sun for a few seconds, or a few hours, or a few minutes last year.
Okay, just in case, we're going to cover that. And he was talking about the aurora that connected up in the north and then came down over parts of the United States, and it pushed that magnetic field down. We'll cover that in the teaching part.
Did it bring a new change in the structure, inner structure of the earth, in changing dimension? and bringing more strength directly from the source of it, from its creator. And what would be the result? We call this one the Ganse of stamina. How you increase the strength to be strong in the strength of the soul, that you create elevation of the physicality. Then you understand, in the coming time, these combination sets are to bring a total change, total trust in the strength of, very much when you connect this, the stamina ganses with the menopause, with the cycle, what we call ganses, twin ganses, then you understand what it means. I can produce, I trust, I do not need to change, and I have the strength to do it. Now you see the pattern of materials we are putting out step by step, creating an independent soul and a strong soul to be able to go through the transmutation. I can go, I can release myself from the tangle of physicality, because I know when I go, I have the feel the strength to come back. I am in charge. I make the decision for me. Many of you might try it because, oh, I'm addicted to cigarette, or I'm addicted to chocolate, I'm addicted to cocaine, I'm addicted to sex, or whatever, which we all get addicted one way or another to each other. But the collection of what has come as a new series of twin sets is for changing a number of souls together in the dimension and direction of what is to come. This is not anymore a case of this and that. These are the structure will change the society. These are social, psychosomatic. And you can see the pattern, what is coming. There are a few more pieces. When all these put together, the knowledge seekers understand how to use it. We bring it into the remote system, cosmic ray headphones and the mobile phones. Then you understand how we are about to bring the change.
Okay, so this is another part of this process of keeping Keshe Foundation free for humanity. By picking up on these offers, you can go through these trials in a way and report back to the Keshe Foundation, and they're going to incorporate this into a UBSOS, a cosmic ray headphones, and the mobile phones, where if the husband and wife have separated or fallen apart, they really want to be back together for the children and the rest. Instead of actually buying the product, I think they'll be able to jointly sit in a room, put their headphones on or their cosmic ray bundle if they had them, and just tune into a certain channel. And the process will happen. You don't have to go to a psychologist for years or months on end and try to remedy this. And of course, if the emotion is not satisfied, the results are not satisfactory. So this is the beauty of what's happening. So if you can be part of this by taking up these offers and keeping the Keshe Foundation free for humanity. Very beautiful that they're going to be used in so many different combinations for those who can acquire them. For yourself, but also for the rest who will be partaking in the future. I think that's what happened with the feeding systems, where we helped to, in a way, develop. We don't know exactly what sort of feedback we got, but many people have understood that they can do better with their consuming other creatures to sustain themselves by transmuting the energies in their environment or from the universe. Feeding the soul, and then the soul feeds the physicality. I'm not there, but I'm trying to get there, and it's my wish to be there. So by stating that wish and wishing for that wish, the materials will happen, the plasmas will come together to manifest, and that wish will come true if it's correct. And of course, as he said, the 2 commandments, thou shalt not kill and thou shalt not steal. we continue a couple more minutes on this.
You understand the two new lines which is put out today in conjunction with the others, it brings in the need for man to change his dimension and direction. And understand how everything is connected to each other and how we are about to change that step in what we call the RNA and DNA of a man to make it detached from many things. In the next couple of weeks, we introduce two more of this set. And I'm sure many of you are guessing what it could be, and it could be quite right. What we give, we have to give it the support to exist. And in the coming month session, on the Friday of the, what we call third week of the month, we start introducing that part of the technology, and then with it, we start bringing the evolution, making man ready for transmutation through understanding of the whole structure of the life. I hope those of you who understand what is to come, to stay and understand more how transmutation can be achieved. And in part of the teaching of today, I have opened this chapter very clearly, if you understood.
Okay, so that was Mr. Keshe's opening remarks. And apparently this aurora, this pushing down of the magnetic fields of the Earth for just a few seconds, transferring energy, making a direct connection, is what's happening with these materials and what's happening in the transmutation sessions. So these are the products being offered. And again, I believe these will all be developed to be used through a mobile remote application. You won't be buying the products itself. You'll just be putting the headphones on or your earphones, listening. It may take more than one session, but I think we're going to hear a lot of beautiful testimonies coming out of this as well. Maybe we'll go to the transmutation sessions themselves, which, as he mentioned, is the third Friday of every month. And these are individual tests. I think there's September and October left, so you can book your virtual seat here. It's $600 plus the value added tax. I'm not sure about the value added tax, but it's plus shipping and taxes. So I would assume there's a 20% value added tax onto these. That's why they offered the bundle for some discount originally when they first started these sessions. And other sessions will probably continue in the future. But we're going to see some beautiful things come out of these tests in the transmutation and using these products as part of it. It's all working together. Everything's connected, as he said. Now, if we go to the transmutation test, let's go to about, I think it was about 148, if I'm correct here. We're just going to move our video up to that point. If I can zoom in on it here. Okay, just a little before. And again, this transcript is not perfectly syncing up with the video. I think it's 30 seconds off or so, so I may be a little bit off on this, but let's go back to hear more about this extra transmutation test that was held for those who weren't able to attend or missed it or got the wrong time. They held a special session Let's just move this up to 148 as well. And we'll scroll it down a bit. 140. Okay, here we are. Now he's talking about last Saturday's transmutation test. This is the extra session, but maybe I should start actually a bit before. Okay, I'm at 147.42 on the video, but that may not be enough. We'll start here.
Which are connected to rapidly. Even people with emotion of everything else, they'll find it there. You'll see the change. They start getting dispatched from next week or the week after, once they're produced completely. And then we'll see what comes out from the things. It's very much the new system. You all know that Keshe has got a what you call it, policies which we put out a year ago. If you buy a policy, you have to attend 2 1-hour sessions a year into the systems. And then
I'm not coordinating this, but what he was talking about, I think, was this offers for a complete, it may be in the store. I know it was out of stock the last time I looked, but this is let's see here, if we can just find that and cover what he's talking about here. If it's still in here, it may have been taken off. Okay, we'll go to all the products. Let's just see if we can find it there. And he was talking about a maintenance program, comprehensive universal plasma coverage. And you can see there is a comprehensive wellness program, a comprehensive nourishment program, comprehensive energy program, comprehensive transmutation, communication, leisure and sports. All of these are going to be, as I see it, put into a remote system like the headphones. And I think you, as he was saying, you need to go in for a tune-up maybe once a year or twice a year. And it won't be a long session, as I understand it. It'll be very short, just for a tune-up, that you don't have to use the time of the system to take away from the others who really need it. So this is part of the comprehensive universal plasma coverage. Okay, let's just go back to our transcript and see if I can catch up to where it is.
Because we evolving, it changes the system. And this morning we received one of the most amazing things what this system has done. I cannot read it to you, the gentleman knows who he is. But this is the second, third time we have seen a physical change using these systems, being part of the structure of these new changes.
And one that was reported recently was the straightening of the fingers. I guess sometimes these fingers can curl in, or maybe they weren't perfectly naturally straight. There was some bumping into the other one, and the person reported that the fingers had straightened after the session. The same person who reported that in Sanya, when they wore this belt or something that goes around in the jaw area, that her jaw that was out of line was put back in line. And this was after a session. I think they went back to their room and applied it, and overnight this I forgot what they call it, but it's like a strap that goes around in a way the bottom of your face in the jawline, and this caused a repositioning of, and the dentist had told her that this was happening, and so it got realigned. And that's the same person who said the fingers became straightened, and he wanted to bring in the person who had some physical changes, but apparently they weren't in this particular meeting.
And when I was reading it this morning when it was received, it really, really brings home how beautiful this technology is. I'm sure the knowledge seekers on the line, if they want to say what happened to them. And 3 people in the last session last Saturday have seen a physical change in their life. We changed the parameter in our system. If you were on a system last Saturday, the structure that the system used has switched slightly because it was time to change in a new position. And we've seen how people on Saturday session, these are the people who were missing from the Friday before. So we arranged a Saturday for them, as you know, some of you joined in. They have totally changed physically. And that was the whole manifestation of transmutation. And now we see how people go through the soul and come back to the dimension of physicality and they repair their body. We've had many of these in the past. But now with a new system, much, what you call in line, not more powerful, more in line with the soul of the man. Now we see, when I was telling you years ago in this, that you expand your soul and when you come back into it, you can change what you call your physicality with it. I wish the knowledge seeker was here to tell you what happened to it. It can be done. It's not the power of the system did something. We are perfecting the art of, you have a cancer, you go through the system, your soul, if it's in line with your soul of physicality, if the wish and sincerity of giving what we call love, even to yourself, to existence, will change your body. Because you do it, not us. We just allow that. When you sleep, you just expand through the soul, through the head of the man. And you pass through. And if anyone reaches the point that they live in a specific way, you can see it's happened. It's not the first time. It's happened more or less, most probably every day of the life of this planet has happened to somebody or the other, but we just call it, by magic or something strange happened. Because what now we learn to do it, control it, is back to the same situation, the healing of the body by yourself, not by anybody else. And now with the new system, we see. It's the same with cancer. We are stepping one step closer to understanding of the work, the life of the cancer, not work of the cancer. How cancer lives, a cancer cell, how a cancer tumor lives in the body of the man. The condition of its creation. This technology has taken me maybe 20 years to develop, and we are in one of the most beautiful stages of understanding the life of the cancer's entity. And the reason for its manifestation. And the reason for its immigration across the body. And with combining the two sides of technology together in emotion, soul, and soul of physicality, understanding it, it's a matter of weeks before we go most probably public with it, that every doctor has to do certain parameter work to literally, as our friend said, the Polish government, was it, shooting the immigrants? Here we don't shoot anything. We give them a welcome party and they will change.
And again, isn't this what we're doing in the elevation of souls, including our own? We're throwing them a party in a way. We're giving them the feels that they need if the soul would like to pick it up. We're not shooting them. We're not punishing them. We're not beheading them. or anything like that. We're adding to the soul. That in that addition, just the way you see the plant drooping and getting weak and the leaves are turning brown and falling off, and then they introduce some of the GANs materials or water into the plant, and all of a sudden it starts to show its beauty. Now, some people may say, oh, the plant is dying, just kill it, put it out of its misery, get rid of it, it's not going to survive. But with this technology, it takes the totally opposite approach. It actually throws a party of fields for that plant, and then the plant begins to, we've seen this so many times in the Brazilian testimonies and others, where just by adding energy, you see the soul shows its beauty. And this is what's happening with humanity in a way in these systems. Again, developing it for future use through apps and other channels, I believe. I think the material or the matter state of the material will come to an end at some point. As he said, 6 months for the pause in the flagpole GANs, so they're going to stop it. And then that's going to be built into an application that you can then just probably much, much less expensive that everyone can, or maybe 10,000 or 100,000 people around this planet can simultaneously go in for a marriage counseling, or again, something along that line, that instead of going to, you know, the way people usually do and pay quite a lot of money for it, and the results are so-and-so, this is actually going to bring an emotional change and a balance. And as he said, some of the older women have gotten their cycle back again. So that in a way, this is like the fountain of youth and probably some of the other desires that go together with that time. Okay. Any questions anyone would like to ask or share with us? Let's just finish this off.
No, we understood the psychosomatic of the cancer for decades, and many times I explained about it. But now it was the problem of what we call finding the answer to the confirmation of existence of it, which now we think we have achieved it. And we go with a blueprint one day, most probably, across millions of people. They can do it at home. They don't need us. The way we showed you to the maghreb, most probably, if everything we get right, maybe 100, 200, 1,000 people with the cancer, even the stage 4 cancer, can go online and watched by their doctors, monitored by their doctors on the x-rays. They can create a condition of body that the cancers, you find the answer in the soul of the man, and they will not be there. And it's the stage we understand these things. We understand now very, 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 very well. And as I said, thanks to the Creator for opening the door of knowledge. Because when you understand it, it's so beautiful. And when you can implement it to bring a change, is more beautiful than anything else.
And apparently that big C, as Alex likes to say, is actually, it seems there's more systems within the body that are getting affected by these problems. And Mr. Keshe says that they're now understanding it very, 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 very well. So they've done a lot of tests over the number of years in the past, and this is not the first time. It's just not we're trying this for the first time. As he said, there's major companies now working with the Keshe Foundation and are going through some trials as well. And I think they'll be bringing this maybe in a different way, but maybe in a very similar way. I'm not sure how that's going to work out, but as we know, this big C has increased its footprint across humanity. Again, there's probably a lot of reasons for it over the last number of years and what people may have taken or not taken, but you'll see it on the x-rays, as he said here, they can create that condition, and you'll find the answer within the soul. And this is what it is, the elevation of the soul. All the systems are for soul elevation. Any questions or comments? Maybe we'll spend about 30 minutes in the teaching end of it if no one has any questions. I just thought we'd share, and there's much more to share, but we don't really have the time to share. So I think we should go back to the beginning of the workshop and just listen to the actual teaching and how he was using the understanding of what happened. And even though our scientists probably haven't understood, as he said, they're going to look back 50 to 100 years in the future and mark this point as a punctum silence, in a way, a turning point for humanity. I think there was energies introduced that'll bring more carbon-14 as one thing into the atmosphere, which will create people wanting to know more knowledge instead of wanting to know more about baseball or motorcycling. They're going to be interested in universal knowledge. This causes an expansion of the neural system, the C14, and it creates new neural pathways and new ability to absorb more knowledges. So in a way, I don't know if the brain will be growing, but it'll increase its memory and whatever else is in those computers that are used to do such work. Your brain is in a way similar to that, but it's being increased in memory and RAM or the rest of this to be able to absorb and understand and use this new knowledge for all of us. I think this is a very beautiful aspect. Let's go back to the beginning of the teaching. As I said, it's not exactly lining up. If we go to just about 6 minutes, let me just see if we can zero in on that there. So this is at 6 minutes. The transcript is at 6 minutes, but I'm not sure if it's lining up correctly. For some reason, I've noticed that in the last couple of them, that the transcript and the workshop have not lined up, but that's okay. We'll find our place.
Foundation Spaceship Institute Education Department and part of the public teachings in English. My name is Rick Crammond, and I'll be host once again in this weekly series of Knowledge Seekers workshops. And once again, we have the honor of having Mr. Mayran Keshe as our guest and presenter today. And thank you, Mr. Keshe, for always being here for the last 552 Knowledge Seekers workshops. Promptly, I might add as well. Always on time. Thank you very much. Please begin the workshop.
Okay, just to let those know, the actual teaching is at 6 minutes and 45 seconds, and this is starting at 6 minutes. So there's a little bit off, but that's okay. We can accommodate, no problem. And we're so appreciative of those who create these transcripts for us to delve deeper into the knowledge. We can reread it and search it and so forth. So these are beautiful learning tools. You can spend hours. As Mr. Keshe said with this workshop, if you don't understand it the first time through, listen to it several times. But we know even maybe sometimes several times is not enough. I know he said it's going to take more than all of us on this planet to open up this knowledge fully. That means the universal community is going to be getting involved with humanity and sharing their knowledge as we share what's been gifted to us in a way. But just to let you know that the syncing for whatever reason may not be perfect, but we can accommodate that, no problem. We're grateful. And thank you for the creators and the editors of the transcripts.
Thank you very much. Good morning, good day to you, as usual, wherever and whenever you listen to this series of Knowledge Seekers on Keshe Foundation.
Feel free to stop it.
We welcome you back. And I hope, as usual, we'll learn something from each other. We are always wondering what happened when we create a direct line to our Creator, when we see ourselves elevated or we pass the barriers in the universe and unicorns, and we establish a field with our Creator, what we think, what we know, all the fields of the universe are connected to it, as is a plasma of creation itself. And what would it do? What changes will bring to us? What is the fear of the man? If we touch, we find a single line of fields which reaches it, would it change us? Would it elevate us? Would it bring another dimension into play? And as we know, as one of the scientists said, and as we always played with magnets, if we turn a magnet, a spherical magnet, the other spherical magnet which is with it, as twin part of it, will rotate. But it brings back a lot of deep thinking and understanding. And that is, we know us, our planetary system, the sun every 23 years changes polarity. And we are connected to it, but we don't know that. Our polarity doesn't change. Why? But the interesting thing is, we are so minute that the field just passes. The field strength of the change of magnetic poles of the sun every 11.5 years does not touch any of us. We just know if something happened, there is something we discovered recently. But every 11 years, every 23 years, how come the Earth doesn't change polarity? What happened to us? And because it's such a big mass that we are part of it, we are not even considered as, the sun is considered to be 99% of the mass of the solar system. All this planetary system are just the dust, the speck of dust in its size, in its operation.
So again, when we talk about changes of polarity, Alex, does that mean the pole, positive pole, negative pole, the polarity changes? Does that mean it's going from positive to negative? I'm not quite clear on this. I don't know if you can address it or not, or maybe we'll take that up after your teaching. Is there any comment you'd like to make?
Mark, we have to understand it's a two-way street. So in conventional terms, the North Pole is the emission pole, and the emission pole is the negative charge. The South Pole is the absorption pole, and therefore it's the positive charge. But in understanding the plasma science, the polarity is a two-way street because that's how it maintains its balance. So there is actually a negative charge on the North Pole and a negative charge on the South Pole. And you know that because if you have a north-south orientation and then you flip one, then you will have repulsion. And if you have a opposite orientation and then you flip one, and then you'll have attraction. And so that determines the positioning. So the charge itself is a net charge based on the difference between the field strength of the emission pole and the field strength of the absorption pole. And then the affinity is based on the common denominator between those charges. And then the distance or positioning, if you will, is based on the field strength of the individual. But it has to take into account other fields. so that there's always a compensation of the pressure on that field, if you will. So
Alex,
yes, sir. Go ahead.
sorry. So that other fields, because then it's perplexing to me. If the fields are emanated from every angle, and then he's talking about change of polarity, does that mean that the poles are just concentration of enough fields that it becomes where we call North Pole? Because I'm confused. At one point, Mr. Keshe said that the fields can come from any angle. So why is it North Pole changing on South Pole changing? How is it defined as polarity?
Well, because the North Pole is the emission pole, so by flipping the pole, then the South Pole becomes the emission pole. The polarity is through the polar core.
How do you determine? Then how do you determine which one, if the fields are coming from anywhere? So it could be on the side, it could be on the middle.
Exactly.
So how do you determine it?
Well, which way is up? If you don't have an orientation as specifically as to north and south or up and down, if you don't have a reference point, how do you know which way is up?
So when they say poles are flipping, is one going from positive to negative and the other one going from negative to positive? Is this the polarity switch?
No, the poles remain with respect to their charge. It's just that the orientation is 180 degrees changed. And since not all the poles are aligned in the same way, then you have different effects of the different field strengths, different effects of the different field strengths. If all of the poles were aligned in the same direction, then you have a superconductor. So in nature, we don't have that. This is one of the reasons we have this variety. So that variety is pole oriented to the gravitational force field of the Earth, you see. And then within the gravitational force of the Earth, each of them has their own angular relationship. And the Earth, with respect to the solar system, also has an angular relationship. So that's the difference between the magnetic North Pole and the vertical North Pole around which the Earth rotates. And the angle between those two poles wobbles. So not only does it rotate, but in the process of the rotation, it wobbles. So this wobbling changes the field strength orientation. And so based on the neighbors and their field strength orientation will affect the distance and proximity. So when you look at the solar system, due to the enormity of the mass, the enormity of the mass of the neighbors, we have enormous stability within the solar system. So even the wobbling of the planets and everything doesn't change the rotation. The rotation is as reliable as rain. But when you get into a volatile situation where you have a lot of pole flipping all the time, then the stability changes. And it's through that instability, those points of instability, that you get variety. So the situation with the Earth's stability is that we are going through different cycles. And so each cycle is different.
Do
So
we
it's
actually feel it? Can we feel it?
it depends on our sensitivity. It depends on our sensitivity. So the fact of the matter is that as the Earth goes through those cycles, we should be becoming more sensitive to the whole process. And so this is one of the reasons that we're seeing this effect right around the planet, as people are waking up to the real reality, but they don't have the knowledge or the education to understand it, and they don't have the assistance to explain it, not in the daily discourse of our social existence. So the only connection that we are getting a taste of is the connection that we have to the creation, to the creator. And our problem, of course, is being matter state dominant. We find that unusual, whereas it should be common. And we are going through that transition from what is considered exceptional or freakish to being standard, regular mode of operation.
Thank you. Maybe we'll get into more of this after your teaching a little bit, if we can.
I hope that
think
helps.
Ike has been triggered.
Yeah, yes, and some more questions, because
Me too.
it's amazing the enormity of this universe and the energy. We are just like a dust. So if this we can feel this at that tiny level, that's incredible. What can happen?
Well, I have a dispute. In terms of dust, it doesn't have the field strength to resist. So it basically is affected by every incremental change of the field strength in the surroundings. We, on the other hand, have, as humanity, have free will. So we also, in many ways, are changeable as dust, but we can't assume the victim role. We have to assume the responsibility role.
Right. Indeed.
So, yeah, so, a car is not a bad invention. It's just because it's killed a lot of people is no reason to ban cars. The intention of cars was to transport people. Now that is different from the description of the manufacture of guns. The purpose of manufacturing guns is, without a doubt, is to kill people. So, these are two different intentions. And although the result could be both killing people, based on the original intention, the car was a service to humanity, and the gun is a service to self at the expense of others, violating universal law. So, you can't argue that those two are in the same context. And what you have to look at is that the free will of the humanity gets a chance to decide. And that decision comes into play whether or not we're going to decide our intentions based on the gravitational force field's dominance, or we're going to decide our intentions based on the magnetical force fields of the universal community. Over to you, Mark.
Okay, let's continue on. We may go a little bit long here, Alex, but hopefully everything will work out.
No problem.
But the interesting thing is, when it does every 1 year, when it changes its polarity, is this polarity is sequential with its twin star? Does it change over there? We know there is a twin star. We are aware of its existence. We have confirmation of it through disasters which has happened to us and the rest of it. But how come it changes with that, but it doesn't change us and the other planetary system? We have our own independent time of switching our polarity on this planet. What controls this change? And we say so many thousands of years, Earth's polarity changes. We have evidence. We measure, we see the flow of the materials, we see in the layers of the soil, we can see that dated directly. But as the sun change of polarity does not touch the Earth, so the change of polarity of the Earth doesn't touch the man because we're so minute. We are exactly the same as the sun and the Earth. But what happened if the line of magnetic field between the Earth and the sun opens up? That there is no atmosphere. At the moment, we don't have any direct line connection to the sun. We just see field forces. There is no interaction whatsoever directly with the sun at all. We are a rotating object, and the sun is the rotating object in respect to the Earth, and we are another rotating object,
Alex,
the plasma of the soul of the man.
Mark, I got a question. So he just said we don't have a direct connection to the sun. Now, what we are feeling is the effect. And if we don't have a direct access, would that mean, what is that mean? What does it mean? Because there has to be a reference point. If the sun is rotating anti-clockwise, now there has to be a reference point from that sun as it rotates. So does it mean that when it gets to the point of Earth where it's directly, what do you consider what type of rays? Is it a concentration of rays at that reference point that will kiss the Earth? That's where the direction emits from? I mean, I don't know if you understand my point.
I do, Ike, and if I may venture into the answer here, one of the discrepancies between the sun and the Earth is the brightness. So when we look at the interaction of the force fields of the sun with the Earth, then we have this gravitational manifestation of all the elements on the Earth. And we see the sun in the daytime, and we know that it affects us. That is not the effect that Mr. Keshe is talking about, because what that effect is doing is actually manifesting at the point of the magnetosphere of the Earth, because it is at that point that the field strength of the sun, which is extremely strong, and the field strength of the Earth, which is comparatively weaker, is interacting. And at that point, that becomes the inertia field for the plasma energies that manifest everything on this planet. And we know this is true is because when the sun goes on the other side, and for us it becomes night, we have to understand that the sun is still beating down on the planet. So what has changed? What has changed is the emission of the Earth in terms of its field strength, which is orders of magnitude lower than that of the sun. So when we're talking about the interaction of the fields and how they can see each other, we do not have the energy state that the sun has. And so we can see that by virtue of day and night. So would it be possible in the future, if you will, to elevate the energy state of the Earth to shine like that of the sun? So that's an open question, which at this point in time I can't answer, but I think the speculation is there, because what we're talking about now is the limitation of what is holding us back with respect to our development in terms of the utilization of the plasma energy, which is so benevolently given by the soul of the Creator. And so we find that it's humanity. It's humanity and our interpretation of these very aspects of day and night. So what we're talking about is not the interaction between the two bodies. We're talking about the interaction of a comparable field strength. So the Earth is merely a feedback, if you will, of the efficacy of the feeding of the sun. But it is in no way satisfactory for us to be able to engage with the universal community.
But this may be a start of a process that the sun has decided to, in a way, elevate the planet. I'm thinking, and I see this as the same as the transmutation sessions, where you have a mother unit and then it's connected, or you're connected to that, and different energies are being exchanged or being given. There is a feedback in the rest, but I see this as a very similar process to what's happening in these monthly sessions.
Yes, so that is a representation of the maturing process of humanity. So the process, if you will, has begun in earnest to the point where it's an effect. You know, if you drop a stone in the ocean, the ripples will not be noticeable anywhere. But if you drop a nuclear bomb, you will have a tsunami. So that's the difference. So in terms of field strength. And since we are the equivalent in terms of soul strength of 18 Hiroshima bombs, that's a significant impact. And we're just, you know, shall we say, kind of asleep and kind of, well, really immature. So we are taking a computer and using it as a hammer. So it's our point of view, you know. If we would open the computer and see, you know, the capability of that computer and say, hey, you know, using it as a hammer is kind of a dumb thing. So I think you would see that if you gave a computer to a baby, the first thing that they would do is they'd wave it around like one of their little toys. But give them a little bit more maturity, that doesn't take much, right? You see children who are using computers and they're way more capable than adults. Okay, and so they don't use them as hammers anymore. So that it reflects a maturity at a young age. So maturity is not age specific. And that's what we're experiencing now. Back to you, Mark.
Okay, very good. Again, we can continue this a bit later. we'll try to get through a little bit more of this teaching. But again, as he said, it'll take man thousands of years to understand. There's much, much more, I think, when you break this teaching, all of the teachings down. But he's just sort of going over in a general way. But there's much, much more to understand about these interactions. As he said, the sun spinning in one direction, the earth spinning in another direction, the moon and the soul of the man all spinning, and their interactions. So I think there's much, much more to learn, but we're getting the general concept. I think that the sun is decided in a way, to me, as giving or upgrading this planet and the inhabitants on it. I'm just thinking that. I'm not sure if I'm correct or not. Okay, we'll continue. Feel free to stop it.
What is interesting is that when this changes polarity, this doesn't. This carries on with his work. And so is our soul. Our soul is a third party. The direction of the motion of the sun is opposite to the earth. If we look at the moon, moon rotates in opposite direction. In a way, if you look at it, it's the other way around for you not to get confused later on. I'll put them in the right way that you can see it. In a way, the sun goes anti-clock. The earth goes clockwise. That's why we have the horizon on the east. When we look at the moon, moon is anti-clock. But isn't the soul of the man under the moon? So is the direction of the rotation of our soul, in fact, clockwise? It has to be. It has no choice. Because the fact is, it has to be anti-clock because we have to follow the law of physics. It cannot be exceptions. This brings a lot of understanding to the world of creation of the man. Because when the sun changes its polarity every 11 years, does not affect the earth. And the same change of polarity of the earth every so many thousands of years does not affect the man who live on it. The same, it doesn't affect the moon. It's something individual. But if Earth had a twin structure somewhere in the solar system, and we know there is one planet which actually goes opposite, but we know how they change polarity. But if we follow this pattern of work, which is in line with the work of the universe, what we see in macro is in micro. So we see the body to change, the soul of the man to rotate anti-clockwise. Then if you go back in the structure of the man, it brings a lot of understanding why our heart is on the left side, why we need the jolt of it every few seconds. Isn't that jolt the change of polarity which the twin sister takes, twin partner takes, in consideration of the rotation of the soul of the man's magnetic field? Isn't it why when we damage the heart, the soul disappears? Because it lost its twin, it lost its operational control.
Go right ahead.
Sorry to ask again. So
it's okay.
The pulse or the heartbeat, if the soul is rotating at a reference point and the heartbeat matches, so that becomes the pulse. So when the soul rotates to a reference point to where the heart matches, it becomes a pulse, and that goes every second. Is that what it means?
I'm going to jump in.
Yep.
Yes, you're hovering around the answer there, very, very closely. If from your head point of view, if you take your left hand and move it across your body and then draw it as an arc, that is your northern hemisphere counterclockwise direction. And if you were to flip over on your head and do the same thing, it would still be a counterclockwise direction. Okay, so the question then becomes is how come the northern hemisphere would be rotating in one direction and the southern hemisphere rotating in another direction, and then that manifests itself into a physical rotation which is only rotating in the one direction. And so we are looking at a rotating field without specifying the dimension or the field strength. The heart is obviously working in conjunction with the field strength of the soul of the man and the soul of the earth and the soul of the sun. So from our standpoint, what we're doing in terms of from the northern hemisphere down a counterclockwise rotation, it is causing us a slight misalignment. If we can, because we're too physically dominant, okay? We're not seeing the integration of the two hemispheres. So this becomes the what we're doing in the transmutation sessions is getting the hemispheric synchronization of the two sides of the brain. And when we achieve that, then we can facilitate the, if you will, hemispheric synchronization of the two sides of the heart. And so that becomes exclusive to the heart, not becoming dominated by the physical matter state. And when we achieve that, then we can have a synchronicity that is enhanced between the hemispheric synchronization of the brain and the hemispheric synchronization of the heart. And so that congruity will give us a increase in field strength by orders of magnitude and allow us to then take advantage of the higher energies, which are our fundamental attributes. Back to you.
Okay, thank you, Alex. Fo has put something in here. I don't know if you want to share a video or you'd like to speak about this. Mark, do you remember the little toy I made for the kids' workshop of how these ring magnets made the movement between each other? It not in a way that the ring magnets are horizontal but vertical to make it possible that north and south are in one except for its rotation. I'm not sure I understand that, Fo, but if you'd like to share anything about that or give us an indication of what workshop that may be in, or put it in the chat, people can reference it to see what you've created for those kids. All right, let's continue on a bit more. Again, the knowledge is endless, and we're just in the infancy stages, although some are more advanced, as we've heard.
Control. Man looks at the heartbeat of the man for delivering blood, but it's a powerful magnetic field system, because when his work gets interrupted, we have a heart attack, we have a stroke. When the emotion gets interrupted in the soul of the man, in the dimension of his physicality, in the head of the man, can damage the heart. This brings a lot of understanding to us from the psychosomatic direction of the work of the man. Now, if we look at plasmatic structure of the body of the man, the heartbeat, the soul of the man, the direction and dimension of the rotation, the position of the heart, the heartbeat, then the world of the science of the body of the man totally changes. How far in line from the central line of the brain is the central line of the heart? Does the change in its position due to any reason brings a change in the shape and operation of the brain? It does. We have a stroke, the energy release so high when it goes up, always touches the left side of the brain. We see paralysis with a stroke usually on the left side. During the stroke, or because of the stroke, and during a heart attack. If you understand these things, a lot of the structure of how to release, control your central energy, we call the soul in the space, changes. The world of medicine will change. If you play with the field transfer in the brain of the man, you can realign the heart, even is on the left side, to move his energy to the side that is realigned directly with the physical structure, a spinal line of the man and the brain.
So again, are you moving the heart, or are you moving the energies of the heart slightly to be in line with the spine and the brain? Again, this is, as he said, if you don't understand it the first time, listen a few times to it to understand more.
Okay, but there was a key word, Mark. There was a very key word, the plasma field strength of the heart. Oh, that's a specific answer to your question.
Right, so we're moving the energy, not the physical heart, correct?
Correct.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Again, this is quite advanced knowledge of how to do. Maybe we understand a bit of it, but how this is achieved, again, is quite advanced knowledge, space knowledge, actually, I would call it.
Reasons that man dies so early, so fast, within 70, 80 years, is the position of the heart. Because it's not just pumping the blood, it has to keep realigned with the brain of the man, with the soul of the man, and the dimension of physicality of the man. Why so many people survive longer and longer? Have they ever considered the position of the heart in respect to central line soul of the man? You'll find an answer there, because it needs less energy. It doesn't need such a high heartbeat, and it changes it because scientifically the world of science tells us after so many million something heartbeats is the average heartbeat of your system, your motor stops. We have even calculated it, how many heartbeats and from what point we start thinking it's time to say goodbye. But what happened if the biggest question for man is, when in life or at point of death, you connect directly to the Creator? You're on the same direction of rotation. And would this create us a new dimension of understanding? What do we need to get rid of to be able to create this channel? We have to get rid of those things which us as human beings have created for ourselves. Extra atmosphere, emotion, attachment, and everything else. And if we manage, due to any condition, to get rid of this, and happen that we and the rays of the Creator finds direct line with us, what will happen to our soul? You think this is impossible, but we know it's possible. We've seen it. Our scientists scientifically have observed it. And we're waiting to see what is going to be the reaction of both the Earth and the Sun when they connected directly magnetic field to each other. We are waiting to see how the soul of the Earth in a coming time will respond to this event. When Earth lost all its plasmatic magnetic field strength in a way, we didn't lose our atmosphere, and it established a direct line from the Sun to the Earth in a very short time. We haven't seen any changes. We're still a year later observing it. And its delivery of such a massive amount of field energy has brought a change to this planet since last year. I think maybe in 50 years, 100 years, scientists will look at the event in April of 2023 and the effect of the direct connection between the Earth and the Sun magnetic field. If we understand this, then us as humans will understand what happened when we get rid of all the attachment, this atmosphere of me and me aside, this dimension of the facade around the soul of the man, and we manage to create that dimension of connection with the Creator, how will we react? Scientists are observing and studying the effect of last year's event, when the Sun and the Earth managed to create a direct line of magnetic field to each other. As due to a massive solar eruption, with the strength of it, it pushed back the magnetic field of the what is called atmosphere around the Earth, and in this few second instance created the direct line. How much energy did we download from the Sun? What information did we get from each other? It's the first time we know, scientifically have evidence of the mother kissing the child. That's all it is, feeling the warmth of the soul of the Sun. But what happened with us if we hit that point? would we recognize it?
Okay, perhaps we'll stop there because we are running way past the point. We want to do the Dome of Peace next, but this is what he's saying in these transmutation and other sessions, that energies are given and it takes time for the body to incorporate those energies within its structure. Now, we're a smaller structure and the system is in another location as the sun, if we could call it that. But this is, I think, what we're noticing, what's happening between the sun and the earth. It's been already a year and we're still trying to, apparently scientists, I've never heard anyone talk about it other than Mr. Keshe, but it's probably been discussed in scientific, what changes, and there haven't been any. So as he said in the transmutation sessions or in these sessions, sometimes energies are introduced, but it takes time to settle into the structure. You don't always see something immediately happen, but it's working. It's settling in and the body is learning to accept it. So I think this is the same thing that's happened between the sun and the earth. To me, it's a similarity I'm noticing. Anyone else before we go to the creation of the Dome of Peace, since we're running behind a bit? Okay. Thank you for listening. Hopefully you'll continue before next Thursday, because there'll be another 10 cargo ship loads of knowledge being delivered for you to decipher and go through and to investigate it and to understand. But as he said, we're learning from each other. I want to thank Alex and Ike and Gail. I think Gail had her mic open, but she wasn't able to communicate, or something happened at the time, or maybe she just wanted us to go forward. So now we're going to go to the Dome of Peace. And again, this is what all this technology is about, bringing a peaceful existence on this planet, bringing a peaceful existence within the soul of the man. And it's just a beautiful example what he gave between the aurora, the sun, and the earth, and what's happening to me between the mother system of the Keshe Foundation and with us. On a smaller scale, in a way. Again, our mass is much smaller than the earth, obviously, but it's the same process going on to understand it. So this is the creation of the Dome of Peace, and the first part of this creation of the dome is spreading of the Gans waters. And we know that the Brazilian team has been doing this. The Chinese team has been doing this for much longer than anyone. And every Sunday at 12 and 6 p.m. and or 12 and 6 p.m., you can release Gans waters that, again, know where to go and know what to do. And they create a balance. These are going to be connected to the wellness centers, and or they're going to connect the wellness centers together. That was something that was put forth quite a number of months ago in this process. But if you're not sure how to make a Gans or Gans water, just go on the Keshe Foundation wiki. And this is a Sunday task, something for the physicality to do. But again, you don't have to just reserve it for Sunday. You can release these waters at any time as they feed energies into the soul of the planet and bring balance, I think, to the souls on the surface as well. We don't fully understand this process of why we're working in the physicality, but this is just a way of, in a way, taking over a planet. I think Mr. Keshe chuckled one time when he said this. This is a way you take over a planet. And of course, as I said, you can join the Brazilians and the others in releasing the Dome of Peace all over the planet. And that's something, again, for the physicality to do. Oops. And now let's hear the first step of creating the Dome of Peace.
I don't know if anyone wants to read this Dome of Peace. Anyone want to offer?
I
With
will
a nice
read it
voice.
for you.
Okay. Okay.
This is what came in and what is now become a pattern. This from a guy, I don't know him, but it says, please remember this Sunday and every Sunday from now on, till we raise the soul of this planet to a peaceful planet. Keshe Foundation knowledge seekers worldwide will spread the gas waters around the world at 12 p.m. Central European Time and or 18 p.m. Central European Time every Sunday at the same time as they choose which time to suit them. Thank you for participating in this greatest movement by the soul of the man to bring about the peace on this planet as the permanent feature of the life of this planet.
Okay, that's the first step of the Dome of Peace, and now we'll go to the second part of the Dome of Peace, where again we're using our energies and interacting with others in this manner. And this is a process that you will take into the universe because there's giving and taking in the universe, and this is what we're getting used to. We're very good takers, but the giving part has not been so easy. We're kind of stingy on the giving part. And of course, in the Brazilian grouping, they do have the daily intentions and of course the Wednesday intentions as well, about elevating the soul of the planet, world leaders, negotiators for peace on this planet. And as I said before, the Brazilian team has not missed a day of doing this over a number of years, as I understand it. I'm not sure how many months, but it's been quite a long time. And now, as we played and what Mr. Keshe said, that the leader in Iran has replied and answered their requests to move away or back away from war. So this is a very good thing for other religious leaders to follow. But you can also join the Brazilian team in their daily intentions on Wednesday, or I think the Wednesday it says at 6 p.m. CET or CEST, and also down here for the daily intentions every other day at 1 a.m. CET or 2 a.m. Central European summertime. So feel free. We want to thank the Brazilian team as they're leading the rest of us in so many ways in these processes. And obviously the soul of that group has reached in a way to the and touched, well, I don't want to say who they've touched, but obviously we're seeing some of the results now as the peace negotiators had taken a break for over a year, I think it is, or longer, and now they're coming back together to finish and conclude. Mr. Keshe said they were so many times ready to score a goal in these negotiations between the 5+1 Iranian and so many other groups that are there. I think there's quite a large number of countries involved in this in the background and otherwise. But they've saw it through. As Mr. Keshe said, the soul of the Brazilian group that's been created is well fit to see this job through, and they have. And we continue to do this process. It's not the ending at all, but we want to thank the Brazilian team for sharing their souls with us and with the rest of humanity, as well as the world leaders and religious leaders. So that's a meeting you can join, as you can see here on Facebook, or on Telegram, or on KesheBrazil.com right here. So you can join these meetings if you like a meeting to join and want to participate. You can participate again on the soul level. This is where the Universal Council at 9 p.m. every day invites us to participate in creating these domes of peace through our energies. And this is the energy similar to what you've seen happen between the sun and the earth, that certain amount of energies were given and positions are changing. So I think this is also happening on that level. Again, he said to work on this soul level, he'll handle the matter state, meaning Mr. Keshe. And again, you'd never get in the physicality to visit a world leader or even to entertain them unless you had $1 million for the first 5 minutes or whatever the fees are these days. But we can reach through this mother connection that we have through the Creator to touch their souls and to touch people that are as he said, the world leaders are more or less spokespeople for those who are operating in the background or behind the curtain. So by touching the soul of the world leaders and world religious leaders, we can also reach the ones that are operating in the background or behind the curtain. So again, every day at 9 o'clock, you can take 1 nanosecond, 1 second, 5 minutes, whatever you'd like to do, and add to this. And as Mr. Keshe said, this is going to take quite a bit of energy as these souls are fairly low, but I think perhaps the sun is intervening in a way, and we're also intervening as little suns to bring this process about. So this is the second step in creating the Dome of Peace, which is the power, as Shweta said, and thank you, Stefania, is the collective power of the souls. So let's hear it.
Anybody wants to read the Dome of Peace? I mean, beautiful souls. Here. Okay. I'll read this beautiful presentation of Dome of Peace. And the Dome of Peace is already here. All the knowledge seekers, truth seekers, lovers of humanity has built it in a way, spreading the guns, loving each other as shareholders. So I will read this as please remember, every Sunday from now on until we raise the soul of this planet to a peaceful planet, Keshe Foundation knowledge seekers worldwide will spread the Gans waters around the world at 12 p.m. CET and or at 18 p.m. CET every Sunday at the same time, as they choose which time to suit them. Thank you for the participation in this greatest movement by the soul of man to bring about the peace on this planet as a permanent feature of the life of this planet. Mr. Keshe suggests we add the next step to create the Dome of Peace with power of the souls, as we have already going through this with the 2 eyes. And we ask you to spread the Gans waters each Sunday. Now we give you a new path. Now try to unite each other's souls. Try to elevate the souls of humanity, soul of humanity, through your own soul to a level that no one can touch the embodiment of the human race. So beautiful. Choose a time where all of you come together on the soul level in a state of inner calmness. At that time, don't spread the water of Gans, but spread your soul. Unite, and in time, we will make a new race out of the soul of man. And then, instead of doing it once a week, do it all the time. MT Keshe.
Okay, so let's in just a moment or two, let's spread our souls across this planet, the energies, the same way the sun did. Let's do the same thing, except we're touching souls of world leaders and world religious leaders and anyone else you'd like to include. And please include the Brazilian team, as they've done so much work, been so faithful to this process. And they even had gone so far as to make this background for this meeting. Again, we're going to take 2.5 minutes of silence. I don't think it's the amount that's so important, but it's the regularity of it. And you have the opportunity to participate every day, either in a physical meeting with the Brazil team or with the Universal Council on the just on the field level. If you're working and you can't make certain meetings, you can always join on the field or the energy level, as we like to call it. So again, this process has been going on for quite a number of months, and this is for the elevation of the souls of the 5+1 peace negotiators, which is back on the table. I think Mr. Keshe is well pleased. The souls of the International Atomic Energy Agency, which are, again, probably conducting a lot of these in a way, sort of intermediaries between countries or between positions. All souls working for peace in Vienna, the soul of humanity, the soul of world leaders and religious leaders of planet Earth. So let's all take 2.5 minutes, give from your soul to the other souls that are in need. And again, collectively, we understand we're much stronger than individually. So let's take 2.5 minutes now and just give and share your soul. As a matter of fact, you know what I'm going to do is to, Mr. Keshe had made, or we had made this clip out of the 23 Knowledge Seekers workshop at 2 hours and 37 minutes. And again, we see this process happening in the Brazilian team. It's happening in various places. It's happening within our heart. But let's get a bit of encouragement for Mr. Keshe and learn more about how to pray through your soul. We'll just take 3 or 4 minutes of this.
Is there any other question? Are we still there, or?
I'm pretty much questioned out here. Maybe we should wrap things up soon.
Okay, maybe we can do a teaching on different direction or explanation on different direction today. Let us teach or let us learn how to pray through your soul that you can reach. Let us learn how we can give through our souls that we can elevate other souls to the level that we are in, or without prejudice, allowing their souls to elevate above our soul, without the fear that there'll be anything, we'll be short of anything. Maybe this is what has never been taught by the Prophet of the past, is that giving does not need to be by words and by thoughts, but it has to be by emotion, where it touches the soul and touches the, gives to the receiver what he needs to take from it. Maybe is the way to understand by giving we don't lose anything, and by giving we don't become less poor or poorer. Maybe is a new way of teaching, the way we teach and the way we live in the universe. Detached from physicality, but attached to the emotions that can affect the physicality, because the physical side of any being in the universe is a slave to the emotion. Maybe it's time to start a new way of looking and how to share not only the knowledge but the emotions in the true sense, or allowing access to the soul. This is where you can open your soul to any soul to receive what they need. At the same time you find out you receive what the soul needs to give. So at the same time as you're a teacher, you become a student. At the same time as you're a nourisher, you get nourished. From the higher levels or equal and plus. Maybe I'll go back to the question or something which was raised by Rick about, or question raised about what do we think about Gaza. Let us all give freely through our soul to the Prime Minister of Israel. That his soul will receive as much as he needs, and through it will affect the work and the direction. Maybe by giving freely to his soul to take what he leaves, we will reach the soul of the people who finance these things. Because the man is a spokesman, and the people who decide sit behind the curtains. Maybe through his soul we can reach those who finance these things or encourage these things, that their soul changes. We don't pray for the man, we pray for the soul of the man, or we give to the soul of the man. There are hundreds of thousands of millions of, there are millions of supporters of Keshe Foundation we know around the world. And I know a lot of people listen to these workshops. You spend time every day and open your soul to the Prime Minister of Israel, and the same to the other side.
Okay, so I think we have gotten a bit of a pep talk there and a deeper understanding of the power that we have understood and we possess, and to stay humble in this process. So let's take 2.5 minutes now and give from our souls, as we are the soul of peace. Thank you all. And the message we just heard from Mr. Keshe, I think, was delivered about 10 years ago, sometime in 2014. So you see, as he indicated, this is not a day job. These souls need a lot of elevation since they're so low. But we have the capability. We understand more and more of what we're doing. And as he said, you can reach any soul in this manner, whether it's the tree, the bug, the person, or perhaps even the universal community. So thank you all. And again, join the Brazilian intentions, the daily intentions, or on Wednesday, join them at 6 p.m. Central European Summertime for the elevation of this planet and the souls who inhabit it. And it's a practice you're going to carry with you. So it's not like you're doing this and you'll forget about it later. As he said, you nourish others, you become nourished. Thank you all for your continued participation in this process. Alex?
Mark,
Yes.
sorry, Mark. Hello. I'm so sorry for interrupt you.
No, it's good.
Thank you. It's time for the from the Universal Council say thank you so much beautiful soul, because you give freely your soul for the peace. Thank you for all with time. You unify your soul because be part the soul of the peace. We are soul of the peace. And you see all news, beautiful news now for the earth. And need continue build that peace. Thank you for you enlighten your behavior according to the Mitra, to the Creator, of course, and to the Keshe Foundation. Thank you so much.
Muchas gracias, señora.
Muchas gracias. Muchas gracias a todos, maravillosos almas. Thank you.
Okay, and now the part of the teaching that everyone's been waiting for Alex to come in. Sorry for the delay, Alex. We do sincerely appreciate your presence and your teaching every week without fail. So please carry on and take us where you'd like to go. Let's see what you've cooked up for today in a way.
Well, thank you very much, Mark, for coordinating us all here. And that was a very special message we just received. So thank you for that. And we just have to do some business. And please, let's get that out of the way. And I hope everyone will be okay with this.
Disclaimer. The information and education material contained herein is meant to promote the general understanding and dialogue of GAN's processing. Such information is not meant or intended to serve as a substitute for a healthcare professional's clinical training, experience, or judgment. For patients and individuals, such information is not to be a substitute for professional medical, therapeutic, or healthcare advice or counseling. For medical issues or concerns, including decisions about medications and other treatments, readers, viewers, listeners should always consult their physician or, in serious cases, seek immediate assistance from emergency personnel. Prescription information, procedures, and use of medical devices information should be undertaken only by properly trained and certified medical personnel. We specifically disclaim any warranties, express or implied, including implied warranties of merchantability or fitness for a particular purpose. Such information is provided, as is, and is believed to be accurate at the time of its publishing, but it is the viewer's job to evaluate the accuracy of any information found in this presentation. Every case presented is of their own experience, applied by themselves for themselves, and it applies to their case only. Every person experiencing health problems should seek professional medical advice and consult their course of treatment with a doctor. The processes of plasma balancing described herein are a natural process which supports the body but does not replace medical advice or therapies one is already subject to.
Thank you, everyone, for contributing today. It's a beautiful Sunday afternoon. It just depends on where in the world you are and your point of view. And so we have so much to cover. And I want to thank you all for being here and being part of the participation, because as you can see, we've gone through a very important Knowledge Seekers workshop. Has tremendous effect. And I think we have, quite rightly, can claim that we have had an effect as we've stepped back from the verge of World War III. And so welcome, everyone. This is the Keshe Foundation Spaceship Institute Teachings on Plasma Science. We're involved with a basic transmutation series now. Today's subject is going to be Cornerstone. And my name is Alexander. I am from Canada. It is September the 1st, 2024. This is the Keshe Foundation North America Plasma Education Series. So welcome everybody from North America and from all the continents around the world, because this is what makes this meeting so strong. It gives us a chance to discuss on a one-to-one basis of what's been going on, and add to the knowledge and try and distill the thousands of hours that we see of the teaching. And as we can see in the list of basic classes that we started back in 2020, so there, even that is a a lot to go through. But we are in the basic transmutation, and we discussed the spherical nature of the x-axis, and we have other things that we're going to add to that, and we're trying to figure out. But we're often said that we're matter state dominant, and in that way, we establish cornerstones. And so let's see what we're talking about, because we're on the hesitancy highway, and this is the lowest energy state. So we have to understand, as the lowest energy state, it makes life hard, and it's a hard road to hoe, as they say. But, you know, when we start to lay down markers, we wonder if man is a space litter bug. And it would be rightfully to ask, are we the only space litter bug? Because, you know, we are searching for outer space, and in that process, we're leaving a trail of garbage down the plasma highway to our little pie in the sky. And one has to ask a question, why do we have to accept that little pie in the sky? Why are we denied the rest of the pie? Or is that just a figment of our imagination? So as we discuss in the books of Marantepa Keshe, book number 1 is the universal order of creation of matter. And in that process, the most dense of all matters, of course, is the physicality. And it is in the physicality that we lay down the cornerstones. But in book number 2, the structure of the light, what kind of structure does the light have? Is there a cornerstone of the light? And in book number 3, the origin of the universe, I don't remember seeing that cornerstone. But there is one cornerstone that we have not laid down on this planet, and that is world peace. And so for 341 weeks in a row, Rick Crammond and the Universal Council has brought forward one planet, one nation, one race for justice, for world peace, because that is the ticket, that is the cornerstone to achieving congruence with the universal community. And there are laws, there are man-made laws, there are universal laws, and we see them as commandments. And so this has been an ongoing discussion, not only of the commandments that we've been given, but of the commandments that we have been hidden from us. So our goal is to get on that plasma highway. And where exactly is that plasma highway, and what is the relationship of it to the transmission highway? Because that's where we're on. We're on the transmission highway, and we're pretty proud of the things that we transmit. And what's the reference? Well, the reference is how we were transmitting things maybe 100 years ago. And so maybe we were sending messages by smoke signals or drum beats. And now we are communicating with wireless cell phones and with internet. But there is a transition highway that we have to recognize that doesn't speak in words. It speaks in emotions. And now we are on the transmutation highway to understand how we can elevate into this higher speedway, because it operates at many orders of magnitude faster. And so we seem to think that with our little piece of pie, of the Magrath pie, that if we can increase to the speed of light, that we can achieve what we want to achieve and find out where exactly we are. But what we found is that the speed of light is a constant transmission. So we need to figure out what has the variable transition of the speed of light. Because is that speed of light just part of the pie? We would be, I think, correct in assuming that the speed of the light is the whole pie. So why are we just getting that little piece of the pie? Is it because of our understanding that the universe is only 99% hydrogen? Is that correct? Or is the rest just garbage? So we have a conflict in our own existence between what we call affinity, which is the common denominator, and the prejudice, which is an artificial common denominator to segregate us. So terminology became a very important thing. And when we started, we tried to relate transmission, transition, and transmutation to how it's affected by what we call in basic construction, the X, Y, and Z axis. But we don't build things in linear fashion. The world has a rotation, a polarity, and a field strength. And then we found that we can actually transition these dimensions. And so if we transition one, we can transition the other. So the transition dimension of the X, Y, and Z axis will also manifest. And in that process, we will change our transmission dimension. So in other words, we will have an elevation. Both will go through the ups and downs of what we call transition. And then we can change our position, what we call transmutation. So in other words, from the current transmission dimension, go through a transition dimension and manifest in a different transmission dimension via the understanding of transmutation. And so here we are discussing basic transmutation, and let's see if we can figure this thing out. So we've always talked about surface to volume ratios because the two dimensions that we always recognize are the feeding dimensions. And we say that 1 and 1 is more than 2. And the reason for that is because we don't lose the first one. And we also have to recognize that the other one is not the same one. So we have a continual feeding, and so the result is a feedback. And this becomes very important to understand, because if you are creating something, so you're bringing things together to create. So let's say, in other words, you can't drive steel, but if you incorporate steel into a car with other parts, what you get, you can drive. And so things have to come together. And when they do come together, they become synergistic, which means more than the sum of the parts. So if we only have one part plus another part, then the two together are more than the sum of the parts individually. And since we are the observers, we're none of those three dimensions. We're in the fourth dimension ourselves. And so this is interesting. It gives us the position of being an observer, but it also means we need to be a participant. And a lot of people are using the participatory status as being a fudger, and they kind of round things off. Well, there is a lot of forgiveness in that. It's not as precise as it needs to be. And so how does that forgiveness manifest itself? So when we did the cups of life, we specifically were looking for an emotional cup and a physical cup. But the forgiveness comes in the relationship between the two cups. And so it represents an emotional strength, which represents the strength of the inner space. So even though we were very specific in our nanocoding process, which is part of the monatomic science, which is part of the one step higher than the atomic science, then we go from a extremely precise to kind of a nebulous orientation. And the reason for it is because we have now incorporated the field as opposed to incorporating and focusing on one point. And that is the point. So when we look at the cups of life, we see that the elements in there are themselves a combination. You know, so we have copper wires and copper coils and nano-coated copper coils and nano-coated sheets, and all these things are working together. And in that process, by changing the individual components, we change the cups of life. We have different ganses. Some people call these ganses oxides. That would be in the chemical stage. But in the plasma stage, these are ganses. Gas is a nanosolid. And so we see carbon dioxide, calcium carbonate, copper GANs, zinc GANs, water GANs, and amino acid GANs. And yes, so these are all hybrids. And of course, gold GANs, which seems to get everybody excited. But what they are is a representation of energies in motion and their form artifacts. So even when we look at the frozen Gans ball and we want to see what kind of energy is that, what kind of energy is emanating from the frozen Gans ball. So we have gravitational core, and this Gans ball is actually the cornerstone of the Gans. And it is from that cornerstone that we get these magnetical hair-like lines. And we see that these lines are nanotubes and they're hollow. So this is the basic science, except for one small detail. And that is if we remove the Gans ball. If we remove the cornerstone, would we be able to achieve the same result? Well, all we have to do is look at the gravitational conformation of this Earth, and we can see that we have hydrogen. And since hydrogen is a clear gas, how can we see it? Because it manifests in physicality a color spectrum. And that color spectrum has more than one color, but it's a unique assortment of colors, and we call it the spectrum, and that is the fingerprint of the hydrogen. And it is here in its gravitational context on Earth. And where did it come from? And so we see that it came from the magnetical interaction with the field forces of the sun and the Earth, and of course the Creator. And so it all came, and that's our gift. The hydrogen is the gravitational gift that came from the Creator. And as a result, on this planet, we were able to measure the potentiation of hydrogen, which for most people is a chemical analysis, which identifies whether the water that the hydrogen creates is either acidic or alkaline. And we say water because, of course, in order to create water, you need the hydrogen. But then, of course, you need oxygen as well. So this table reflects the potentiation of oxygen as well. But we call it the potentiation of hydrogen. So when we split the hydrogen and the oxygen into different groupings, one side becomes acidic and one side becomes alkaline. And that particular grouping, when it's split, always totals 14. And so the midpoint is 7. So what we have to understand is that the 7, as it relates to the acidic group, is the highest value, and the 7, as it relates to the alkaline group, is the lowest value. And so you take the highest and the lowest and bring it together, and it totals 14. And so this becomes true if you have a pH of 4, you would automatically have a pH of 10, 10 and 4 being 14. But 6 and 8 is also 14. And so you can have different potentiation layers. And so through the y-axis, we can transition all of these layers to figure out where we are. And in that process of what we call the zipper transmission, we have motion. And so this x-axis dimension, which is a rotating field above the ground, can go from one pH level to another pH level. And so that is the different potentiation layers facilitate the motion. So that becomes a question, is how do we do that? And do we do that? And do we understand that? So if we look at the way the Earth is made, and we see that the x-axis involves rotation and the y-axis involves polarity and the z-axis involves the dimensions based on interdependence. So we see the different planes of the Earth, and we see all the periodic table of elements of the Earth are on the Earth, and they were here before us. So some way, somehow, all of these elements are going through a pH transition as well. And so they're going up and down. And then, of course, they also change in size. And of course, they also change in density. So we have a density transition balancing that is also a part of this. So we call this a balancing between the magnetic and gravitational field forces. And so, of course, well, the question is, how far down can you go? So with our current equipment, in terms of our small m matter state physical state, we have gone down to the picostate value. But when we look at the creation of the universe, we can't see how it is created. So we see that the universe exists from energy. And although energy is not visible to us, we see the form artifacts of what energy is creating. So energy is always a charge in motion. And the reason it is a charge is because the energy is always positive. So what is the charge? The charge is the motion and the direction of the motion, because energy is always in motion. It never stands still. You can't grab onto it. Maybe you can grab onto a battery, but you don't know how much energy is in that battery until you test it and until you hook it up into a circuit. So you can hold the battery, but you can't hold the energy, and then you have very little control over that, because the full control is in the physicality. But we see that all things are working in combination, even in the physicality. And so when we look at the structure of light and how the light moves, it obviously is moving between two structures. But in the creation of the universe, those two structures don't have to be at the same energy level. So when we're looking at the charge and what we're saying, well, the charge is reflecting the direction of motion. And so the charge is encompassed in a parcel. And that parcel is a package where you have this polar rotation and you have this field rotation, and the two are working together. And then depending on the polarity, it tells you which direction the energy is flowing. So basic principles tell us about the negative charge principles, that the negative gives and the positive takes. And if it gives and takes from itself, then that energy is binding. But if it shares that energy with others, then that energy is flowing. And so we have to look at the combination. As we said, all things in combination, we have to combine the binding and the flowing to facilitate an existence. So there is a sequence in terms of this existence. So when we're talking about gravitational force fields, that is attraction. And that attraction is our feedback. And so the magnetical field forces are repulsion. That is what we're getting fed. That is the feeding. But we have choices. And because we are plasma beings, those choices are self-serving. And so we, as the last man standing, has the choices to turn on and turn off the feeding, increase or decrease the strength, enhance or diminish the positioning. But when we look at our society, where the stronger eats the weaker, in the plasma science, the stronger feeds the weaker. And so that automatically imparts a responsibility on us. And so the planet has a responsibility in terms of providing life. And so the universal solvent of life on this planet is water. And it is composed, as we said, of the hydrogen and the oxygen. And because of its ability to be a solvent, then the ability to shear off one of the hydrogens as an energy donor is quite easy. And so this process is going all the time. It never stops. And the earth is covered with water all over the place. And we are filled with water. And so this effect is what allows life to work on this planet. And so in the way the energy is coming and conveyed, energy can cross over or it can deflect, or it can get into a twisting scenario. And that twisting can actually end up in a tightening, a coiling, or a manifestation of a tunneling. So this energy that is always in motion comes in the form of an energy pack. And if you've ever received a package from the post office, you know it comes in a parcel. And that parcel is also comprised of energy. So the energy that's in that parcel is the principal matter. And that principal matter is magnetical because it's giving. And it gives and comes and interacts. And so we have the combination and convergence of principal matter, transition matter, and matter gen. And from there, we can do the conversion, into a plasma gen. That plasma gen is a representative of the field interactions, which manifest as a maggraph. And that manifestation process is called inertia. And that maggraph process is unique in each and every position, and it's constantly changing. So what we have to understand is that not only is energy in motion, but it's energy in motion in two ways. So we not only have a two-way transmission, which we said is the rotation, but we have the two-way transition, which is the polarity. And we not only said that it was binding, but it's also flowing. And so we see both are represented. But if we look at the principal energy and how these forces come together, so we look at the basis of the creation, the X and Y axis, and some people think when these things come together, well, that's a point of conflict. But that conflict is only apparent from our physical point of view. That conflict, in terms of plasmatic manifestation, is actually a conflict resolution. And that resolution becomes a point of containment. So that containment becomes an energy binding system, and we interpret that as a self-serving need, which is correct, at the expense of others, which is a violation of universal law. Because as each individual needs a self-serving energy binding, someone robbing or stealing or cheating or murdering at your expense is stealing your self-serving binding energy. So this is a violation of universal law. And so that requires a balancing. And so one way is that more and more energy has to come together. And some people interpret that as more and more energy has to be stolen. The thing about energy is that you cannot store it. There is no bank of energy, if you will. There's one plasma rule where the higher strength feeds the weaker strength. So if someone were to be of the opinion that they have a higher strength because of the gathering of all this energy and storing it, they will understand that they actually have to give that energy if they want to maintain a MAGRAV position, to resolve that conflict point and turn it into a binding zone. And that binding zone becomes part of the creation and becomes part of a balanced field. So this is how we establish the field capture, where we take into the third dimension the Z-axis transition. And so the X, Y, and Z-axis coming together manifests a field. But that field is constantly changing its position. So what is the difference in that position? So we find that that energy, the principal matter that came to facilitate the original creation of matter, actually keeps coming. And it keeps coming in different field strengths. And so each field strength has a different strength. It also has a different intensity. So if you were to say, for instance, that the matter energy level is 1/10 of the energy level of the dark matter, it may be arithmetically possible to increase the amount of matter energy level that you get to equal the dark matter energy level. That's a lot to ask. We are quite happy when we can get a 10% increase in our energy level. So not 100%, not 1,000%. And if we were to go to the antimatter energy level, which is another order of magnitude, so now 10 times 10, we would have to increase our energy level by 100. But that is a straight line arithmetic relationship. It does not take into account the synergy that is developed when 1 and 1 is more than 2. So when we're looking at the principal matter interaction, we understand, yes, there's an equatorial rotating arrival. There's also a polar interaction, but there are different field strengths within that field. So we are able to get different kinds of energy packs depending on the common denominator. So what we achieve in terms of physicality is a form artifact. And really, realistically and truly, since the creator created it, all of it is an art form. But each of us are artists in our own way. And some of us look beyond the physical art form, and we decide to sculpt our philosophy, structure our mind, or structure someone else's mind. In other words, interfere, intervene, and dominate. And so a lot of us have to ponder our existence to figure out what kind of art form are we? Because the way we were created is not the way that we conduct ourselves in society. And so we have to recognize that there's energy in motion. And so our physicality depends on the gravitational nature of the hexagonal crystalline structure and the reception of the sugar energy, which is in the pentagonal crystalline structure. And so the sugar energy is giving to the hexagonal, and in that process loses its conformity, and it has to, by nature, change its susceptibility. But in that process, it creates this twisting we keep talking about. And that twisting lends itself to setting up a pattern which involves a coiling. And the reason it's a coiling is because, did we say that it's always in motion? So even if it's going in a circular manner, it is still moving along another plane. So this is how we see spiral growth, but not in one dimension. We have to see it in different dimensions. And that is only 3 dimensions on one plane of reference. But we have many different planes of reference. And so each plane has to have a folding reference. And that folding reference deviates dependent on the nearness and proximity. And so we see the creation of an amino acid star formation as it's manifest in the solar system. And we see the complementarity between the solar system and the human body and the fundamental components of oxygen, carbon, hydrogen, and nitrogen. There's a distinct rigidness of the human body, which facilitates our existence in the physicality. And that is calcium. And calcium is ever present in each and every cell in our body. And so when we think of calcium, we think of it in its solid state, our bone structure. But calcium can be in like a cartilage, or it can be in a soluble state. So how do we have 3 different energy states of calcium? Well, so we have to understand the Maggrath principle, the bringing together of the matter, dark matter, and antimatter, as we said. And then, of course, we have the polarity, which we have to understand that we don't look for heaven, we are in heaven. And there's different ways to go on the stairways to heaven. One way, of course, is counterclockwise, and another way is to go clockwise. And what's kind of interesting is that this follows a pattern. And if we were to change that pattern and go through a perpendicular relationship, we can create a tunneling effect. And it too spirals. But that spiral is constantly in motion. And the relative motion of that spiraling is what we call a precession. So in other words, it is always moving nearer and nearer and nearer. But what is really wonderful when you understand these patterns of counterclockwise and clockwise rotation is the kind of form artifact that is created from this rotation. So it's a manifestation of art form, isn't it? Where one is counterclockwise and the other one is clockwise, or you understand that it's a spiral precession. However you want to look at it, it's a manifestation of the form artifact. And so when we're talking today about cornerstones, let's talk about cornerstones of prejudice. Because literally, the prejudice is manifested in the monuments to form artifacts of man space. But there are other cornerstones that are monuments to form artifacts of Earth space. And we can see both of these. But there are monuments to form artifacts of outer space. So we see the form artifacts, but we don't recognize that they're from outer space. And we have difficulty explaining it. And so these become the cornerstones of prejudice. You can't explain it, so it doesn't exist. But in fact, these are cornerstones of creation. So these cornerstones of creation allow us the ability to create artwork. And so I referenced Pierluigi Nervi, famous Italian architect, and he believed that the form is the art. And so the buildings that he was an architect of in Italy as many of these buildings, they are actually monuments. You could say that they're monuments to greatness. Yes, they are, because they're great buildings. But they're monuments to architecture, because they're monuments to form as art. So he doesn't create the art. He creates the form as a foundation of the structure, and the manifestation therefrom becomes the art. So when we look at the pyramids, this is a different kind of cornerstone. We have a capstone. And what is interesting here is we have this precision construction of a pyramid and this poor quality finish. So is this a monument to civilization, or is this a monument to nuclear war? And we say that we don't know how these pyramids were built, but we haven't been able to replicate that, with the key word being built. But we sure do know how to cut it. We sure do know how to manipulate stone. And so in our ways of manipulating stone, we're wondering if with a sledgehammer and a chisel, we built the pyramids. Or did we understand the nature of diamonds? Because let's face it, without the diamonds, it would be very difficult to cut these stones. Diamonds are on the cutting edge of technology. They're not just a girl's best friend, but they help us in polishing stones. So after we cut these stones, we'd like to have a nice shiny surface. And wouldn't you know it that we use rotating wheels to create this shiny surface? And we use mixtures of oxides. So in chemistry, GaNs is referred to as an oxide. And of course, the stones are alkaline. So oxalic acid, which is one of the strongest acids known, and this strong acid is what we produce in our stomach. Isn't that interesting? But this strong acid has highly acidic. Well, stones are highly alkaline, so one of the ways to polish the material is to use a strong acid to facilitate the polishing with the rotating wheels. Well, what are the diamonds? So we understand with the nano alignment, we create a nano carbon crystal. It's a monatomic alignment. And this monatomic alignment is a diamond. So as part of the nano coating, in, shall we say, scientific terms, the nano coating is represented by the electrons of an sp3 hybridized atom. and are known to be farther from the nucleus than those in an sp2 hybridized species. So the sp2 hybrid species are more stable than the sp3 hybrid species. So the stability is rated and is greater when the electrons are close to the nucleus. Well, when the electrons are closer to the nucleus, it means that it's more dense. And how dense is it? But because of the nanocoating process, we also have gaps. I think we can all conclude that these gaps are not very dense. And so in the process of having the nanocoating, which is very dense, and the gaps, which is not very dense, and we have millions of nanoparticles, and so therefore we have millions of gaps. And so as a result, we have millions of dynamic plasmatic reactors because of the balance of the magnetical and gravitational field forces. And so here's a new word for the day: carbanions. And they are trivalent with the sp3 hybridization. So the lone pair of electrons occupies one of the sp3 orbitals. And the geometry is tetrahedral. And this tetrahedron can undergo inversion. And it can retain what we call its stereochemistry depending on the attached substituents. And as we know, the nano layers are also tetrahedrons. But now something really interesting happens. The sp2 hybridization of carbon atoms resulting in the formation of sigma and 2 pi. Oh, we get 2 pi's this time. The bonds occur in compounds containing double bonds like alkenes. sp3, when a carbon atom makes 4 bonds with others, it is referred to as sp3 hybridization, which can be with the hydrogen and halogen atoms. Well, isn't that interesting? So now we have nano tetrahedrons. And of course, that's how we produce the nanostars, right? So the sp3 orbital is one of a set of hybrid orbitals produced when 1 s orbital and 3 p orbitals are combined mathematically to form 4 new equivalent orbitals oriented towards the corners of a regular tetrahedron. And so we understand that in the corners are usually cornerstones. And depending on the density, we have the Earth space range details, which we have put together on the periodic table of elements. And we find that we have all the periodic table of elements on Earth that were created through this process. And some are stones. And we know that each stone has a soul as well. So going from this magnetical state down to this highly dense gravitational state, the purpose of which is to facilitate an anchorage. And of course, in that process, we'd like to commemorate that with a cornerstone or maybe a statue. Yes, let's create a statue and let's idolize that statue, right? Because that acknowledges our existence. And so that idol is a confirmation of our existence. Substitute your existence for an idol. And substitute every element on the periodic table of elements for this third rock from the sun. And then leave a commemoration, leave a cornerstone and say, yep, I was here. And so this is the nature of the cornerstone, you see, because it's the architect's stamp, which says, I built this. And so in relation to architecture, a cornerstone is traditionally the first stone laid for a structure. And all the other stones are laid in reference. But also more importantly, and not so much today, but it marks the geographical location by orienting a building in a specific direction. And so we see that cornerstones have been around for millennia in some shape or form. Well, one use of cornerstones is as monuments. So in the United States, we have monuments to greatness. One of the shrines of democracy in America is Mount Rushmore, which features 60-foot faces of 4 great American presidents: George Washington, Thomas Jefferson, Theodore Roosevelt, and Abraham Lincoln, respectively. And then, of course, in ancient times, we have other cornerstone monuments. And these are monuments to artisans. Or is it monuments to graffiti? Then we have other monuments. Are these monuments to vandalism? I mean, who puts the face of a man on the body of a lion? And then there are other stones, we call them keystones. And they are very important because they're monuments to architecture. And they facilitate the curvature of the dome. The last stone in the center locks all the stones in the archway. Without that keystone, the archway will fall down. And so they're all interlocked. They're all interdependent. And they form a curvature, which is a combination of all the straight lines that were used to make the stones, all the cutting that was done. And these monuments to architecture have lasted an extremely long time. Some of them don't last that long. Some of them are tombstones. They're gravestones. Or in a town named Tombstone, the famous gunfight at the OK Corral. It's representative of the historical soul. And there are many there who left their soul and may they rest in peace. But not only, this is the habit of the man. Prepare the gravestones and prepare the graves and turn the earth space into a graveyard. Sure, let's turn it all into a graveyard. Look at this societal cornerstone where you have the verification and validation that you cannot take it with you. So we have the preservation of form artifacts, where we can carve out everlasting statues and everlasting soldiers to protect the everlasting body and the everlasting money. What are the cornerstones of science? We have the nano cornerstone, the pico cornerstone, the Gans cornerstone, the plasma cornerstone, and the soul cornerstone. So when we look at the soul cornerstone, we see that it is a convergence of the star formation of the basic amino life, the amino acid, the carbon, nitrogen, oxygen, and the hydrogen. But the way it functions is you have to open to the energies of the universe and allow it to come in. You have to yield to those forces so that you can receive. You have to provide a pattern so that you get the energy. And so whatever you get, you have to understand that you've created that. And that cornerstone is not in the corner. That corner is in the soul. That corner is in the center of the star formation. The carbon is that cornerstone, but that carbon has a connectivity. So we see that there's a plasma cornerstone, which reflects on the magnetical connectivity. And there's a plasma cornerstone that reflects on the gravitational connectivity. And as they say, the sp3 tetrahedral conversion is in the corners of the tetrahedron. Well, here's one, here's two, here's three, and that makes your base, your gravitational base. And here's four. And so now you have a combination of plasma cornerstones, but the amalgamation of all the cornerstones together comes in the center, not in the corner. And so here we are on the verge of manifesting the oasis cornerstone. And you wonder which direction it's going. It's going to position itself by nearness and proximity through the cornerstone of connection, wherever that is. Because that is what you see in the carbon spectrum, the gravitational conformation, unique manifestation in a color blended signature coming from the magnetical field forces of the interaction of the sun, the earth, and the creator. And so we see the changes based on the density. Gravity seeks density. And the density operates within the Coulomb barrier. And so whatever is in the Maggrav state is constantly in balance. And so that balance is the pH of strength, where you have the crossing over of the susceptibility between the potential and the kinetic energies. And you can transition from one point of uncut physicality to another point of uncut existence through the y-axis transition dimensions, and understand that each point on the pH scale has a corresponding point to balance it. So how do we go from the lower transmission scale to the higher transmission scale, which now has gaps? So we go through this transition of the transmission elemental susceptibility. And in that process, we create the manifestation of the cornerstone of transmutation. It's all based on relationships, the magnetical gravitational balance, which we call a MAGRAV, and with the scientific community that only looks at the conservation of energy, and the spiritual community is just looking at the battle between the spirit and the soul. So the plasma science adds to the knowledge by facilitating a balance to these relationships. And so we see, due to the independent variableness of all of us, there's a conservation of variability involving the magnetical and gravitational field forces on both sides of the equation. So we have a balanced MAGRAV regardless of what the susceptibility is on both sides of the equation. But the balance remains, but the susceptibility changes. And so we have this plasma shift where we can go from the energy state of heat and electricity, which is the lowest energy state, and understand how we can transcend nuclear physics, which is a higher energy state, but we see that as a state of destruction. And only because we don't use the plasma physics to balance it off and make it the structure of creation. And then from there, advance into the dynamic plasma state and the interactive energy transfer states that allow us to follow the energy states of the universe. Because as we go from the atomic state to the nano state to the GAN state, wherever we are, there is always a balance of the matter-gen convergence and susceptibility, what we call the MAGRAV energy transfer state. So we can keep that balance and transcend various energy states. And if we can do that in the matter state, we can definitely do that in the plasma state. So the matter plasma dimension is already next to the plasmatic state. And the only difference is that one is physical and one is non-tangible. So we can advance from the matter state and understand that what we're seeing is a feedback summary. And so we see that things where we have sound, light, heat, and pressure can affect our interpretation. But humanity is quarantined in a spherical Earth space. And so the only reference we make of cornerstones is these are the form artifacts often referred to as the transmutation of life. And that is a very, very, very hard life. So we're looking at the potentiation of balance. And so we're saying that that balance in terms of the manifestation of the cornerstones of our existence are form artifacts of the balance of the energies coming from the universe. So even when we're looking at the cornerstones of balance in a form artifact, if you look closely, you can see the layers. You can see the form artifacts of erosion. Can you see the form artifact of cutting technology? Can you see the form artifact of sudden events? Or would you say that job is finished? Is this a monument to greatness built on a solid foundation? This is a monument to balance. It's a gravitational confirmation. Oxygen is the fundamental gravitational component of our Earth space. And as such, it has a unique fingerprint as well, made from a color spectrum, a representation of the coming together of the field forces of the sun and the field forces of the earth and the field forces of the creator, and manifesting themselves in a gravitational field on earth. And so that's what makes this the blue planet, the water planet. But it's a two-way transmission. It's a two-way street. And we're part of that. And so when we look at the fingerprints, the transmission spectrum, what they are is a transition of visible transmission spectrums from spectrum to spectrum susceptibility. And it's a difference between the surface superficiality of the physicality and the internal substance of the plasma substrate. And so the balance between the gravitational and magnetical force fields is the point of containment. And in our physicality, it manifests a signature in color. But we know now that in the non-visible state, we can also maintain this point of containment of the gravitational and magnetical field forces. And we also now know that we can go one step beyond, because we have the form artifacts, don't we? The maggrav state, which is atomic, the nanostate, which is monatomic, the GaN state, which is polyatomic, and the plasma state, which is a field. And we now know that we can go one step beyond. But we've always had the barrier in the physicality. And that physicality always manifests itself as a rock solid cornerstone of existence. But see, there are cornerstones of spheres. And the problem with spheres is that they are in 3 dimensions and they don't have corners. So what we have is a manifestation of monuments of litter here or here or here or here. And we were in the post-Sagnac conference era. There's gold in them that are cornerstones. So what are we fighting for? If we want to look at how we target our outer space, we have to determine what is the cornerstone of our existence in this manifestation point, which we call Earth space, and what is the gravitational point in some other space. So yes, we have to have a direction. We have to have a cornerstone locating the point of manifestation and the point of transmutation. the difference between materialization and dematerialization as we transcend the reality dimension. So our antennas need to be tuned into the message feeding and the feedback manifestation. So that's what tunes the transition, where you select one force, which is magnetical, and the balance is forced into a gravitational balancing force called a gravitational field force. And the resulting selections feed the MAGRAV manifestation of these interactions. So you select one manifestation and it's predetermined by choosing another. And we are the last man standing, and we can choose the peace dome of intention. So the range transition affects standard folding deviation and leaves no room for war. This is why the Z-axis transition has to balance to and from the peace dome. And the peace dome is not put together by a sledgehammer, but it's a plasma balance between the knowledge and wisdom, which can only give us deeper insight. And so this experience on this planet will change a man's perspective and allows us to reflect on life. And we could see and ponder that misconduct becomes harder to rationalize. The historical references really become meaningless because the pH balance is seeking polar balance. The plasma balance is uncut in any state. State dependency and transcendence is uncut. Cornerstones are cut. Cornerstones are matter state bound. So, what is the cornerstone of your MAGRAV positioning? Look at the blue planet. That's our cornerstone. We have landed here. And our cornerstone is peace. And so we're in the process of doing a transmutation test. We're halfway through. And this is a series of 4 months. And so there's another one coming up in September. Please join us. Exciting experience. And if you're a researcher, join our research teams. The plasma science has only, shall we say, scratched the surface. We have been trying for 553 weeks in a row to bring the knowledge seekers workshops to facilitate the cornerstone of greater oneness by transcending the limitations of nuclear science. Now, we have done that. This is the Keshe Foundation Spaceship Institute teachings on plasma science, welcoming all the beautiful knowledge seekers learning about the new selection process of the new plasma science. There's a World Peace Treaty. We need to sign it with strong and firm intention. And so we see that the Z-axis dimension causes the X-axis sphere creation, and man is the reactor of a three-dimensional universe. And man can find heaven through this field transition. But can man go into outer space without a peace dome? Not likely. Can man transmute through the dimensions of history? Cornerstones litter the navigation routes of the physical transmission dimensions. It's time for us to clean up our act. Plasma science needs to be delivered daily via the peace dome in exchange for peace on Earth. So welcome to the new outer space age. And that's the end of this lesson. Thank you all very much. I hope you enjoyed the trip.
Okay, thank you again, Alex, for delivering. right on time, just the right amount. And well, you're still using a few big words that I don't quite understand. Polyatomic, I guess it just means more than one atom. And some other things, but we thank you for delivering and sharing knowledge as we learn from each other. Everyone has knowledge I don't have, and I may have some knowledge that others don't have. So it's a beautiful interchange, in a way, balancing or bringing up the weaker plasma to the stronger plasma, even if, as we heard, if it goes above our field strength, which is perfectly fine. Let's see if any of the participants this week have a question they'd like to present, or some anomaly in the workshop that they're not quite understanding. Let's open the floor.
I would like to address a question that Ike and Gail asked.
Sure.
I've been looking for a way to describe this new alignment that we need. And I talked about the synchronicity of the hemispheres, hemispheric synchronicity. If we, as per the teachings of Carlos Castaneda, well, actually the teachings of Don Juan, because Castaneda was his student, but he talked about the assemblage point. And I often wondered what this assemblage point was, but I think going through the transmutation training process, my personal belief is that I've achieved that. I've seen a lot of things in my life that are working an awful lot better. And obviously that's my goal. But what's really interesting is I've been doing it without frustration or fighting. And so, you know, I'm just like everybody else. I got lots to learn and long way to go to maturity, but you know, we keep on going. The assemblage point is something, if I could liken it to assembling a car. An assemblage point is an assembly of points. And if you look at a car, and normally a car has 4 wheels. And so if you look at the front 2 wheels, those are the steering wheels. And if they are in alignment, you'll go straight down the road. And if you turn the steering wheel, it'll go straight that way too. So by aligning the left and right front wheel, you are creating a directional flow. Obviously, if the rear wheels are out of alignment, and some people, when they track the wheels of a car that's been in an accident, that they call it a dog walker because it kind of walks cockeyed, so it doesn't track properly. But if you can get the alignment of the rear wheels, so the left and right rear wheels are working in one direction, and if you have the rear wheels balanced and the front wheels balanced, and you put those two together, now you have a car that'll drive straight and true down the center of the highway, between the white lines, between the ditches. And of course, what you need is a driver, who in this case would be the soul of the car. So if we look at the front wheels as being the brain and the rear wheels being the heart, and this would of course be a rear wheel drive car. So when you have the inspiration to drive forward, when you have the emotion that you want to go, then the rear wheels spin and the front wheels point the direction, and they all work together. And it's a beautiful thing. And I think this is a perfect analogy of an assembly point realignment. And if you think of a misalignment as pulling one way or the other, pulling left or right, something you would find if the air in the tires is not balanced, you will find that it won't be balanced in the direction that you drive. Well, the thing is, the car is a physical thing, but the trip is in the mind of the driver. And the destination for the car is in the mind of the driver, not in the mind of the car itself. So the physical manifestation of these alignments represented as a physical assembly of the car. But the smooth operation of the vehicle is in the alignment and assembly of the points of balance of all the components that we've discussed. The alignment of the front wheels, the alignment of the back wheels, the alignment of the combination of the four wheels, and the alignment of the driver. And that, I think, makes for a beautiful picture. So let's step on the gas and get out of here. I hope that helps.
You talked about Mr. Keshe talked about this heart beating, and being misaligned causes it to beat too rapidly, I guess. There's only so many beats it can do. So if we can get it lined up and we can reduce its beating to say half, from maybe 70 beats a minute to 35, would that, do you think, extend our existence on this planet? He said the misalignment is the heart is one of the reasons for the shortness of the life. But again, I don't think we're physically moving the heart. It's the energies of the heart that needs to be center lined with the brain and so on. But this would seem a very simple way to double your life expectancy just by controlling this somehow.
Oh yeah, I agree with you, Mark. So I think the thing is, however, that as you said earlier, it's not the physical alignment of the heart, but it's the physical. It's the I'm sorry, the alignment of the left and right hemispheric alignment of the heart. You see, the thing about it is that
You're saying the tilting, similar to the tilt of the earth?
exactly, yes. The hemispheric synchronization of the heart, okay, is vertical. The hemispheric synchronization of the brain is vertical, right? If we're looking at the polarity is running from the head to the toe. And so if we look at the alignment of the body, we can identify we have a left side of the body and the right side of the body. And so that is all vertical, right? Except for one thing. The left side of the brain controls the right side of the body, and the right side of the brain controls the left side of the body. So there is a crossover. So how does the interaction, or shall we say the hemispheric synchronicity of the crossover, affect the hemispheric synchronicity of the individual components? And so there has to be an alignment of the assemblage point between the two fields. So what we find is that there is a emotional representation that comes from our plasmatic nervous system, if you will, and it's manifested in the physical nervous system. And so the plasmatic nervous system is part of the feeding system that comes from the brain, and the physical nerve system is coming from the feedback system from the heart. And so we find that the degeneration of the physical nervous system is from a misalignment of the plasmatic nervous system. We call the plasmatic nervous system the sympathetic and parasympathetic nervous system. And so it's activated by the cortisol response, which comes from the brain, and the activation and response from the adrenal glands. And so the balance of these two systems will represent the balance of your existence. And if you are constantly stressed in that regard, depending on the condition of the stress, it can be annealing, where it makes you stronger, or it can drain you of energy, in which case it makes you weaker. And so your point of view with respect to this has a big impact, because it's your point of view that is facilitating the assemblage point. You're the one who assembles the assemblage point. And so if we are over-dominant with respect to the physicality, then we are basically shifting that assemblage point over and putting it out of alignment. But likewise, the other is true. If we are over-dominant with respect to our spirituality or so-called spirituality, then we are ignoring our physicality. And in many ways, then we can become irresponsible, because we say, oh, everything we can do is manifest through our spirituality, so we don't have to take care of our physicality. Well, I beg to differ. Taking care of our spirituality and our physicality is paramount, because that becomes our responsibility, with the key word being responsible. So we cannot delegate that responsibility, and we cannot abdicate that responsibility. So, we can recline in our cushiness, and say, well, I just want to be in a very positive environment where everything's warm and fuzzy, or I want to be down and dirty where everything is blood, sweat, and tears. We have to find a balance between the two, because what is going on this planet is in extremes. So who is the mitigator of these extremes? It's us. It's us. We are the balancing interventionists. And in order to facilitate that, we have to have the vitality and the balance to be able to do that. And it really helps if we have the knowledge and wisdom, which of course, over time, contributes to our maturity. So that is what we call the maturation process. And in that process, then we understand that we are passengers of the universe. We are part of the universe. We cannot be extricated from the universe. Cannot stick a syringe in the universe and extricate us from that. And the physical manifestation is a gift. We need to treat it as a gift and not disrespect it and saying, well, I was here. Here is my cornerstone. Here is my legacy. And here's the message that I want to leave on my tombstone. And if we, if we were to say, well, I have achieved greatness in my vocation, and so here lies the body of a great scientist. Here lies the body of a great gunfighter. Or maybe here lies the body of a great garbage man. We are all great in our own way, and we are all great as contributors to this universe. But the greatness is not measured by what we leave behind. The greatness is measured by what we create. And so we don't leave just a cornerstone which points in the direction that we haven't figured out yet. The cornerstone is within our soul. And that soul interacts with other souls. And all the souls work together with the soul of the earth, the soul of the sun, and the soul of the solar system and the universe. And that's the cornerstone. That's the cornerstone we need to focus on. And understand that whatever we're manifesting in the physicality is part of that reality and comes from that reality. And it's a wonderful thing. That's absolutely a wonderful thing. So we didn't run away from chaos to come here. And when we leave here, we're not going to run away to chaos. We came from a place of organization. We came from a place of peace. And we came to a place of chaos because we were called. We were the balancers, the Magrav balancing force. Because when you have the pH of one, you need to balance it off with the pH of the other. And the pH in the physicality does not necessarily get balanced with the pH in the physicality. We can transcend different energy states. So the call to us in our energy state was one side of the pH balance equation, and the call of the earth was in the other side of the pH balance equation. And so you have to decide, are you the creator and enhancer of the problem, or are you the creator and enhancer of the solution? And you can measure that each and every day very, very easily, and you don't need a ruler to do that. Just say, is this world better for me having been here? And when we say better, it means enhancing the energy level of all beings on this universe. Back to you, Mark.
Okay, thank you, Alex. And maybe this alignment will happen as we get rid of some of this. I'm just looking at the transcript here. He said extra atmosphere, emotion, attachment, and everything else. If we can handle that or bring this into some sort of balance or detach from some of these things we've created, maybe the heart just automatically, or the energies of it, comes in line. I don't think it'll be any surgical operation. If anything, it'll be a plasmatic, but it does seem that if you can get rid of some of these attachments, the heart will go into a place where it doesn't have to be. He said we don't need such a high energy heartbeat. We can slow this down. And perhaps that's the key, one of the keys to longevity. Let's see if anyone else has a question or a thought they'd like to share with the rest of us. Okay. You talked about littering in space, and I remember one clip that we played about we can't even leave our bodies in certain locations. It's like a picnic when you go into the park and you leave all your bottles and napkins and all the things you disposed of where you had your picnic there. This is litter. And he said, even if we go to other planets and we create a manifestation of a physicality there, we can't litter all over the universe. We have to clean up after ourselves. So this is another aspect which, again, we don't think we need the physical body, but he's saying about not littering here or anywhere else across the universe. So we must be able to clean up in a way after ourselves. Maybe we'll reach that point in the future or understand how to do that exactly. Although we do have reports of monks disappearing with their physicality into a point of light and other things, so it's definitely a possibility. But I don't think, I think we just think we can leave the physicality wherever it was and create another one in another planet or another dimension, but then we do the same thing. And he said, this is not acceptable. We cannot litter. The same way it's frowned upon here, more or less.
Well, I want to draw your attention to the fact that, we have monuments. And so the reason we build these monuments is to glorify our physicality. But, so we're actually using the monument as a cornerstone to say, yeah, we were here and now we're not here. But that cornerstone is only there because we were here. And if we didn't come here, that cornerstone wouldn't be there. So that cornerstone doesn't really belong there. It's not part of the there. It's not part of the environment. It's only part of the environment because we made it so. So if we're doing that with monuments, then, we're also doing it with our chemical pollution and our manufacturing pollution, and we're also doing it with our mental pollution. So it's nice to be able to say, oh, I can leave. I can leave anytime. Well, there's some people who should leave, and the sooner the better, because when they go to bed at night, they can look back and see on all the chaos and damage that they have created. But there's a fearfulness because there's a balancing that's going to happen. And only by retaining in the physical dimension can they delay these consequences. But, if they start to go into plasma state, they're not going to be able to delay that any longer. They're going to come face to face with it, and then they will feel the pain. And the fear of that pain is actually what's driving them to be delinquent. But that is still in a matter state condition. It's non-tangible, non-visible, but it's like the field around the GANS particles. The GANS is physical, but the field strength is plasmatic. Where we have gone now with the new technology is we have gone several energy states higher. So we are no longer operating in that low environment energy state where we can even have the benefit of a delay in consequences. The only way that we can have this nearness and proximity is to cross over from the lowest energy state of the high plasmatic state and have it interact with the highest energy state of the lower matter state. That's the only way that we can do it at this point in time. And it would be totally irresponsible, and that's just my opinion, to, leave this unfinished business behind. But, this problem on this planet has been created by many, many souls. And as such, it is grossly unfair, regardless of field strength, for one soul to rectify the whole thing. So it becomes a collective soul. And that collective soul, again, cannot operate on the humanity soul exclusively. It has to incorporate the soul of the plants and the soul of the horizontal people and the soul of the earth and the soul of the sun. And, we don't really have to look far. All we have to do is, look at central Mexico and find that there are pyramids there that are completely overrun with vegetation. And so the pyramid being the cornerstone of somebody's existence, right? They're gone, but they've left a residue. They've left their litter behind. Well, the vertical people have overrun it. So who's stronger? Who actually is stronger? Who actually is more mature? So the vertical people are doing what they can to benefit the environment.
Right. We've already started littering on the moon. I think we've left rovers and other tools up there. And of course, the same thing has happened on Mars, that I think a couple of these rovers have broken down. And then I was just looking this morning where they had one of these Chinese March rockets, or long rockets, I guess. Apparently it launched about 18 satellites. But then when it jettisoned the booster, apparently it exploded into 1,000 pieces. And they're saying this will be the first time man has created a meteor shower of sorts. We'll have to see, but it can also affect other satellites that are up there. So traveling in the matter state has a lot of, in a way, disadvantages to the universe. Unless, of course, the universe has garbage men the way we do here and they clean up after the inhabitants, but I don't think so. I think it's much safer to travel in this energy dimension rather than in the matter state, but we have to accommodate everyone. But yes, we're already littering across the universe, I think. We've only made it just so far. Okay, who else would like to bring something up here? Did you stump all our participants, Alex? Or just part of them? I'm thinking of the matter state plasma versus a plasmatic state of the plasma. When we see a lightning orb, or we see an orb in the woods, would you consider that a matter state plasma because we can see it, versus a field interaction or a field plasma, which we really can't see? Just to take up that question on orbs and the difference between a matter state plasma and a plasmatic state of the plasma. If you'd like to address.
Yes, of course, Mark. So your home has neighbors. So your home has to take into account those neighbors, right? Like, in order for you to know where your home is between those neighbors. It's not between just any neighbors, it's between those neighbors. So you don't know what's in there, and maybe you don't care as long as it's peaceful. But the thing is that they, by extension, are part of your environment. So the plasma state in the matter state is the neighbor of the GANs. So the GANs in its existence is determined by the relationship of ganses to ganses and plasma to nano, where nano is in the lower energy state, the plasma is in the higher energy state, so the GANS state is in the in-between state. And so when we do the cup of life, we are incorporating a physical state, and we're drawing the ganses from the atmosphere, but not so much the air. We say it's from the air, but the air itself is in a physical state. What we're drawing is how was the air created? So the air created was from a plasmatic state of the air, which is to say, there's a plasma state of hydrogen and a physical state of hydrogen. There's a plasma state of carbon dioxide and a physical state of carbon dioxide.
Right. This is what he's explained. We have CO2 in the matter state and we have CO2 in the plasmatic state. So it's totally, I think, different.
Yeah, and until we, find a practical application such as a fire, and we apply the CO2, which we know it extinguishes the fire, but in the one case we find that everything suffocates, in the other case we find that actually life gets invigorated, and yet we seem to be applying the same product. Well, it seems like it's the same product, but clearly it's not the same product. And I've run into that all the time. If you offer some water to somebody and you say, well, this water has different characteristics, and they say, nah, it's water, is just water. Well, obviously, lack of education wins, and lack of understanding wins. But I think if you were to make the same claim with the Kalahari Bushmen, and you say, well, gee, how do they get water from the desert? And this guy who says water is just water, well, and that argument, and water is just sand. So, I wonder if we could have the education of the Kalahari Bushmen, in our schools. I think we'd be better for it. So we cannot ostracize or limit or put boundaries in that regard. That the learning and the education transcends various fields, and what limits us is our prejudice. So we have to transcend that prejudice, and we have to understand that our prejudices are based on superficiality. So since the superficiality is manifest by the plasmatic substrate, of which we all have that common denominator, so if our substrate is common, then our superficiality should be common. So it's not a point of discrimination with respect to the superficiality. It is a monument to the variety, the ubiquitous variety and spice of life itself. It's the wonderment of life, and we should cherish that, not penalize that, based on prejudice. That's the difference between prejudice and affinity. So we all need to overcome our prejudices, and within our own soul state, we have things that hold us back, but we cannot just focus on that. And the reason for it is because, as Mr. Keshe said, when you teach others, you actually learn. So, you know, the biggest benefactors of this meeting are you and I, Mark, and that part is totally unfair. I like it. I that's the benefit that I found, you know, because it forces me to learn, and it forces me to also learn how to convey that message. It's a challenge. It's definitely a challenge, but you know, it's very, very important because I'm thinking, do you understand what I'm saying? Am I conveying that information in a meaningful way? And if I'm not, then I have to change, because if you don't get any benefit from what I'm saying, then what's the point? So I have a responsibility and I'm trying my best. But, you know, the measuring stick is what we accomplish as a result. And what we are accomplishing in these meetings is non-tangible. And it's non-specific because these meetings are recorded. So I'm not talking to you and the panelists, but it's beyond that as well. So I'm not saying this as if it's a preaching or, you know, standing on a pedestal. I'm just saying to you that this is all part of the process, and it's part of the maturation process. And I think it's also part of the identification of the purpose of our existence. Because anytime if you measure your existence and say, oh, you know, I have come to this planet so that I can enhance my soul, and then I can leave, and you know, you guys figure it out. I think that's a job unfinished, but that's my opinion. So I think that's one of the reasons that we're sticking it out, because otherwise, if we don't have the attitude that we have heaven on earth, then, you know, relatively speaking, we have chaos on earth, relatively speaking. Even within that chaos, the earth is managing, but the earth is asking for help. And isn't it nice to be helpful? Back to you, Mark.
Very. Thank you, Alex. Anyone else want to pose a question or a comment? Again, nobody's wrong and nobody's 100% right. And we're not grading Alex or anyone else in this meeting, especially me. We talk about or you've talked about the stronger plasma feeding the weaker plasma. You said energy is always in motion. So if the stronger plasma is feeding the weaker plasma and it brings it up to its strength, and maybe there's a balance point, like at that point where the fields cross in the infinity loop, is the energy, once these two plasmas are in balance, is the energy still moving? Or there's no need because now both are in equal balance? I would think the energy continues to move to maintain that balance. Okay.
Yes, yes, of course. You cannot stop the energy from moving. Okay, so if the energy is constantly coming and then to get absorbed, it is seeking its position. And that position is always based on the nearness and proximity to its neighbors. So if the neighbors are moving, it has to move. And if it's moving, then the neighbors have to accommodate. And so one leads to the other, leads to the other. So the way it was explained to me a long time ago, and how profound this is, on that basis, if you were just to wave your hand. Just, you know, take your hand and cross your body and then just wave like you're waving a wand. That motion is felt in some degree thousands of, shall we say, thousands of miles away, you know, for sake of a description. It's way beyond, let's put it this way, it's way beyond that you could throw a ball. Way beyond. So how can you impact the way beyond? Simply by waving your hand as if it were a wand. And that is because you have exchanged energy with respect to that motion, and you have changed the nearness and proximity. And every neighbor has had to adjust, and every neighbor has a neighbor. Okay, so neighbor to neighbor, neighbor to neighbor, neighbor to neighbor. It has to adjust. So everything that we do is affecting everything that's going on in the universe. So on the plasma basis, it can absorb fields and it could be a barrier of fields. And this is a unique characteristic of the plasma, which is the way we see it with respect to boundaries. And so all we have to look at is the boundaries that we have on this planet, which are based on nationalism, if you will, or by geographic territory, but birds don't respect it. Religions certainly don't respect it. So what's the point of having boundaries? What is the point? The whole point is to maintain peace. Well, why? Why do we need to maintain those boundaries for peace? What's wrong with having peace with no boundaries? Birds don't seem to have a problem. I don't see, you know, an army of seagulls coming and attacking an army of chickadees. You know, they navigate around each other. They share the space and they cross over borders. So if they can do it, what's our problem? What is our problem? Why can't we do it? And why don't we do it? Wouldn't life be a whole lot simpler? I know it would be a whole lot better. And, you know, isn't that what makes life wonderful? So there are uneducated people who don't understand those philosophies. And through the nearness and proximity to those people, their neighbors are suffering the same way. And we are all in that same quarantine because, you know, it's convenient. So we are the garbage litterers on this planet. And as you said, there's litter on the moon, litter on Mars. So we find that the malady that is affecting us is also affecting the moon and Mars. Okay, so how far does this go, and where is the boundary of the quarantine? Well, you know, within the physicality, it's in the range that we can see. And the only thing that we can see is the Earth space, the in-between space, the sun space, the moon space. What we don't see is the outer space. And so our inability to enter into outer space is the boundary of the quarantine. And now we know that we can actually interact in our space with outer space. And if we can do it in our space, we can do it in any space. Thank you very much, everybody, for allowing me to present today.
Anyone else who'd like to bring a thought or a comment or a question? Thank you, Alex. I know it's not easy being a demigod or a half a god, as they say. As Mr. Keshe said, a half a doctor is a threat to life, but we're learning. I think we're gaining this aspect, and certainly previous civilizations on this planet have had aspects of zero time communication, growing limbs, flying and manifesting themselves in different positions. Hopefully, we're on the uptake of knowledge again, and this time we can create a permanent, peaceful condition and not lose it as we have in the past. I think we've operated much differently in the past than we're doing today, but we sort of devolved into this, and now I think we're on an uptick, especially with the help of the Keshe Foundation, the universal community, and the creator in so many ways, which is you.
Well,
And me. Yes.
when I was a kid, we had a TV series called The Lone Ranger, and he would single-handedly come in and, shall we say, clean up a social problem.
Oh, you must have been a kid when I was a kid. I remember that.
Okay, well, that makes me younger. So anyway, the thing is that at the end of the series, of course, he'd say, "Hi-yo, Silver and away," and where's he going? You know, he has come, he has resolved, he has cleaned everything up, and now he's leaving. And you know, his job well done, right? And what is he doing? He's leaving everybody else there to carry on. And so the idea is, well, he's going somewhere else, right? But why doesn't he stick around? Why does he have to leave? I always wonder, well, like, why are you leaving? You know, you finally got it the way you needed to have it. You know, it's like you come into a house and the house is a mess and you clean up the house and it's beautiful. And then you say, call the real estate agent, honey, we're leaving. It's like, if you're leaving to get out of Dodge. You're not leaving to get out of paradise, are you? Like, well, you know, I often wonder, you know.
No, I agree. That was the way the feelings of the people that this Long Ranger touched were almost like, oh, stay so we don't have any more problems in the future. But it was really up to them now to carry on with the process. And I think this is very much the same of what Mr. Keshe is doing as this universal teacher. He has another point or another train to catch, as I understand it.
Well, in a way, I agree. And then you remember the movie Magnificent Seven, and they did the same thing, but it was a group of them, and they all had different talents, and they all brought it together, and the convergence of all the talents allowed them to clean up the mess. But when it came time to finish and leave, only a couple of them left, and some stayed behind, right? So, you know, we have that choice. And, you know, when you stay behind, that's actually the dirty part, okay? Because what are you left with? You are left with the remnants of the chaos. And, you know, I'll leave one more story. I used to, when I was in my early 20s, I was living in a very fortunate place, and we could have parties. And these parties were fun parties because we had music and we danced. That's what we considered fun. Sorry. But anyway, the thing was, there was a lot of garbage the next day, right? So you have a party Saturday night, Sunday morning, you get up and you look, and the place is a disaster. And I would just have a cup of coffee and sit in the middle of the pile. And in that disaster, well, what appeared to be a disaster, or the remnants of the disaster, I got a lot of satisfaction, you know, because based on an amount of garbage, it seemed to be an indicator of how much fun everybody had. Because that's one of the things that was really amazing. we got so many phone calls afterwards, and it's, oh man, did we ever have a lot of fun at your party? And I thought, well, you know, that is such a nice thing to hear. So the amount of garbage and the way it was all there, and I was able to sit there and look, oh, well, there was, you know, Sally, and there was Joe, and there was so and so, and you know, and you sit there and you basically have the party all over again, and it's great. So, you know, we doubled up on our party satisfaction, if you will. And then it was very easy to just clean up, you know, we didn't make a meal of it. We just cleaned it up all together as a team. And it was truly wonderful. And then the house was back to order. Well, I think that is the satisfaction. We now transferred the physical party that we had into a memory. And that memory gave us a lot of pleasure, and that pleasure was everlasting, and it's everlasting today. I enjoyed our parties. I enjoyed our parties. You know, when we first started, it was very stressful to be the host of the party. But you know, if the host can enjoy the party, then I think it's a fun party, and we had fun. Yeah, and we had music. Oh my God, we had fantastic music. But you know what else we did, which was really important and what really brought it to success? We invited our neighbors. Oh, yeah, because at 4 o'clock in the morning, you don't want your neighbors calling the police. So our neighbors were there. They wouldn't dare call the police because they would have a problem. But, you know, this is what I'm saying. You and your neighbors in nearness and proximity are all part of the party. I mean, it only makes sense that if you're having a party, you're not going to have the party at the expense of your neighbors, okay? Because that's going to cause grief, isn't it? So is that what you want from a party, is to cause grief? No, I think you want to invite your neighbors. And so that's hard to do today. It really is hard. And, you know, a lot of the disassociation of the new social networks has caused that as a problem. So, you know, I think we need to get back to that and understand the beauty of the interaction of in our physicality as well. So these kind of meetings that we're having are an excellent example of this. So we can't have the nearness and proximity geographically, but we have the nearness and proximity of us on a soul level. And that's what I think gives me the most enjoyment of these meetings. So I think the panelists agree, or they wouldn't be here. But you know, what do they do with that information? And I'm thinking that they share it with their friends and their neighbors, and they can go and say, you know what, I was there. I was there. I experienced that. I know what it feels like. And that is something that is very precious. Thank you all. Back to you, Mark.
And of course, unlike the Lone Ranger, where they didn't know where he came from or where he departed to or his name, Mr. Keshe said that his name will be known by all of humanity after he departs and goes to his next destination or whatever he's lined up to do. But we'll all know the Keshe name in the future, the entire humanity. It won't be a mystery. So I want to thank everyone for being here. I'm just going to take the screen, Alex, and share this one and this one of the three wise men. And of course, this is the ethos of Mitra, the thinking, speaking, and acting good. And this is the ethos to create the soul of the child of Mitra, which all of us can do. And we thank you for your work. Oops, I haven't fully shared. Sorry. But we thank you for the work you're doing, and of course, may you be proud of the work you do. And may you be proud of the person you are, and may you be proud of the difference you're making. And we don't have to see that difference manifest in the matter state, only to know that we've been here to serve. We've given fields, and those fields will manifest at their right time and place for the elevation of the others. So we don't need a confirmation in the matter state. But the three wise men is a very important aspect of our understanding this ethos of Mitra. And it's for each and every one of us to take it upon themselves to apply it. May mean a little bit differently to me than it means to you, but again, you're the captain of your own ship. So we thank you all for being here and carrying a very small corner of this very large carpet of this new knowledge and understanding. I'm going to play the free plasma key to the universe, which is on the new teaching website of the Keshe Foundation, and then the final disclaimer, and the meeting will end. Is there anyone else? I'd also like to mention that the Q&A with Claudia and Marie will happen, no, not this Saturday. It will be the following Saturday, but this time I think it's no, it is this coming Saturday. It's the first Saturday of every month. You'll see the announcement in the Telegram, and that's normally on Saturday, I think around 10 p.m. Central European time. So join them if you can for question and answer with the Universal Council, Claudia and Marie. We need to support that program as well. Any other announcements anybody would like to make?
Thank you, Mark. Thank you, Alex.
Yes, you're welcome, Mike. Thank you for your input. Obviously, you're not afraid to ask questions, and that's good because this is an inquisitive person who wants to know more. And again, I think, I was very quiet initially when I came into this plasma technology because I didn't think I knew enough even to ask an intelligent question. So there's no problem. You're here on the silent line of communication, still pondering all these matters. And I think, as Alex said, this knowledge goes on infinitum. The knowledge never ends. The depth of the knowledge probably never ends either. So thank you all for bringing the change to this planet, and maybe in the future we'll gather together in another place and time to perform in a way the same sort of function that we're doing here. Or maybe you as an individual replicating, as Mr. Keshe has done as a universal teacher, because apparently there's a number of places in this universe that need the similar assistance to what has happened on, or what's happening, let's say, on this planet. A whole new dimension and understanding of who we are, who the creator is, the process of the creation, and the rest. So thank you all for sharing your soul and your time with us today. Okay, I'm going to play again Free Plasma, Key to the Universe. This is from the new Keshe Foundation YouTube channel, a pure teaching channel. And we look forward to seeing you again next week. Thank you, Alex, again for your determination and always ready to share the knowledge as you understand it. And thank each and every one of you as well. And especially the Keshe Foundation for bringing technology again that we would only have read in science fiction books from years ago, or science fiction that we've seen on television, but it's actually going beyond some of the imagination of the science fiction writers, what this technology can do, not only here, but as I said, across the universe. Any other thoughts or comments anyone would like to make? Thank you all. Have an amazing rest of your day.
Free plasma, key to the universe. The principal fields. Create plasma. Plasma can become a self-sustaining star, or a proton or electron. Introduction of a second field. Field forces find their magnetic gravitational positioning. Two fields with a gap creates free plasma between. Three plasmas form a free plasma at the common center. A fourth plasma allows the starship configuration with a free plasma core. An environment of tightly arranged plasmas appears as a solid structure. The nanomaterial process allows gaps in the structure for plasma flow. The gap inside the nanolayers creates free plasma in between.
Disclaimer. The information and education material contained herein is meant to promote the general understanding and dialogue of GANs processing. Such information is not meant or intended to serve as a substitute for a healthcare professional's clinical training, experience, or judgment. For patients and individuals, such information is not to be a substitute for professional medical, therapeutic, or healthcare advice or counseling. For medical issues or concerns, including decisions about medications and other treatments, readers, viewers, listeners should always consult their physician or, in serious cases, seek immediate assistance from emergency personnel. Prescription information, procedures, and use of medical devices information should be undertaken only by properly trained and certified medical personnel. We specifically disclaim any warranties, express or implied, including implied warranties of merchantability or fitness for a particular purpose. Such information is provided, as is, and is believed to be accurate at the time of its publishing, but it is the viewer's job to evaluate the accuracy of any information found in this presentation. Every case presented is of their own experience, applied by themselves for themselves, and it applies to their case only. Every person experiencing health problems should seek professional medical advice and consult their course of treatment with a doctor. The processes of plasma balancing described herein are a natural process which supports the body but does not replace medical advice or therapies one is already subject to.